Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null. I got Doug on here wandering around. Hope that you have had a blessed day and that things are working out in your world wherever it might be. As being one of the watchers. Hey, Chloe and Travis and Pearl. Pearl, how are you? I have to listen and watch sometimes to things that are like a little weird for me to have to listen to. And so today I got kind of sort of triggered, and my, spirit guides are like, you can't, you just can't miss this. And it's an eclipse, and it's full moon, and it's all these other things. So why not have a chat, right? Okay. So I hope that everybody is well. Alex, the Ganja Shaman, hi. How are you? No, but I'm fixing to be. I'm working on that part. I got here early to so we could do it at 12:20 together for those of you who are, interested and who do a vibe. But my topic for tonight is, or this morning, before you came on, I seriously had the thought of using your drum music away. Good thing. That even allowed. Well, I might pull out the drum later on. Who knows? But I am very troubled by listening to some of these Christian folks. And no, Chloe, you go right ahead. Okay, you go right ahead. You have my permission. Okay, however you want to, you go right ahead. Did you get that? But some of these things I wanted to sort of bring up, um, and that basically one of the things that has bothered me recently, I think it's bothered me for a long time, um, is that God's to blame for everything. You right back at you, Pearl. It worked out that way, huh? Well, my spirit guides must be listening in, because they were like, for whatever the reason is, it's a full moon, it's whatever, but some of these other things, yeah, I'm packing mine right now, so y'all get ready, right? But here's my blue lagoon. I just It's white with blue artistic stuff on it. It has nothing to do with a lagoon, but anyway, that's what came to mind. And there's a couple of these pastors that I listen to and I keep up with. And there are some days where I'm like, yeah, I'm, okay, it's the Christian side of things, but I'm good with it. But then things get a little too crazy, and I gotta say something. I just just gotta say something. And the amount of I don't know whether or not these folks who think they're doing their Christian community good by blaming all of these, na- quite frankly, their natural occurrences on God. Everything is God's fault. You know, God planned this. It was all God's plan. All of this is, it's all God. Have you been biting your tongue about some of this stuff too, Pearl? Because it's like some of these folks are like, the asteroids coming in. God's throwing them at us, you know? And it's like, what? Oh yeah, God's throwing all these asteroids and meteors at us, and God's doing this, and the aliens are coming. Well, all the aliens, of course, every one of them is a demon or a fallen angel, and they're all out to get us. And that they're, outside of the earth, there are these demons. Hey, Tracy B, there are demons in these clusters that are just waiting to feed on our souls. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down just a little bit there. With, oh no, but and this was the one that really got me. I know this is early on in the show, but for those of you who are in, um, they're saying that um, we're fixing like any minute now, okay, the way that it was put, there was no time limit, but that our Milky Way galaxy is running into another galaxy. Now, I remember a couple of years back where there were some scientists who were doing studies of deep space pictures, and they're plotting where the stars are going, and over time they can tell where things are moving, and relatively speaking, how fast they're moving, and certain things. And but they keep track of them. So they said years ago that in 10,000 years, our galaxy is going to like intermingle with another galaxy. Yeah, okay, yeah, 1211. There you go. And so I was like, okay, 5, 10,000 years or 20,000 years, we might. But now apparently they won't say anything. They don't know what to say, Pearl. Um, but so now all of a sudden, God's pushing these two galaxies together, and we're going to crash into it, like from the way this person was making it sound, like it's going to happen any minute now. Now, let's just take this, we're going to run into another galaxy thing. All right, let's just hold that thought for a minute. Now, as a stargazer myself for many years, especially this time of year, we can clearly see the Milky Way. It is this band of stars that run across the sky. Okay, they're clearly seen, even on a not so clear night when it's time, right? And on a really clear night, man, you can see the center of the galaxy, and Andromeda. Where are Yeah, but here's my point about this, Chloe. There are some folks who are claiming it's like fixing to happen. I mean, it's like part of this doomsday scenario. And I'm like, when I heard that tonight, I was like, oh no, you didn't just say that. And like, oh yeah, our galaxy is going to crash into another. Here's the thing, folks. If this was really going to happen, we should be able to see this other galaxy, all right, like we see our own Milky Way. If it's getting closer, like, oh, Planet X is still out there, my friends, let me just say, Planet X is still out there, and we're still a binary sun, and we're still doing all this stuff. And, seriously? And the way they were projecting this and watching the folks in the chat room, I was like, oh my God, there was over 6,500 people in watching, right? And all these people in the chat room talking about, Jesus is coming, and if you're not washed in the blood of the Lamb, then you're not going to make it, and we're all doomed. And I'm like, holy crap! Is there not like enough stuff going on in the world? Y'all got to bring up colliding galaxies. When I go out and look up at the sky all the time, if there was another galaxy coming at us, we would see another Milky Way, we would see we could be able to see it. But from the naked eye, we wouldn't need binoculars or nothing, or deep space telescopes. Okay. All right. Say I made the universe and dumped it out in my garden at the. Yeah, I agree. Hey Johan, how you doing? Chloe, how are you? But the fear mongering, I agree with you, Chloe, but there's been a certain degree of stuff that is going on that's like makes sense that they could talk about, but galaxies colliding. Hey, hey, Greenie Houdini, and cheers right back at you. But I was like, there's enough crap to be scared of. There's enough stuff in this world to seriously like be scratching our heads and worried. But galaxies colliding, and but here's the thing: God is got this under control. Okay, he has planned out all of these planets and galaxies running together, all of these asteroids and comets coming out of nowhere, all of these things. God's planned it all. You know what I heard? I heard God is trying to destroy the muck out of us. Do you hear me? Because well, it's God's plan that he's gonna, for he's got to wake humans up. So what? He's gonna blow up a half of the planet, so the other half of the planet will wake up that God is coming on a chariot of fire, or and that Jesus is, well, oh, okay, all right. And and the locust over here, and this everything is apocalyptic. Tonight is apocalyptic. It's a blood full moon and is in the eclipse for 3.5 hours, the longest in 600 years. How do they know? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. How do they know it's the longest in 600 years? I'm just asking a simple question. But oh my God, the turmoil they're stirring up. And here I am, like some other folks are like trying to calm people down. And it just seems like, they're telling people, calm down. But the only way to feel calm is that if you have accepted Christ in your heart, and that and you must tithe and do all these Christian things, if you feel that you're lost and alone, and but God's in control, but God's also in control of destroying the shit out of us. I mean, what? Well, if God's to blame for the asteroids coming in, if God's to blame for the sun giving off all these things, if it's God's plan, then it must be God's plan that he wants to destroy us. Wait a minute, why should I pray to this guy? Why should I worship this God from their point of view who wants to destroy the shit out of us? Do you hear me? 2 minutes to the 20. So it's like, bow down and pray to the God of destruction, because only Jesus can save you. Okay. Save you from what? If it's his father God who's the one that's doing this. Okay. Wait a minute. We ain't got a chance in hell. We should just hang on and pray to somebody that this shit don't really happen. And it fall on a star that represents going to be very, yep. Some of this I can understand, but to the depth that it was sort of laid out tonight as I was listening, I was like, oh man, you know. Well, it's really nice to understand. Hey, Dominic, yep, he's the only way. But here's the thing. So if God is to blame for all this, which this is, very strong, the rapture is coming. There's only going to be so many that gets to go. And everybody else is just going to be pissed off for a while. You know what I'm saying? So all these prophecies and all this stuff and the apocalypse. So now God, of course, yeah. Well, it's supposed to be a 144,000. And I was like, well, years ago when I was going back through my Bible study from, Catholic school and all and other religions, and I was just reading the Bible a lot and trying to get my footing. And I've done some videos way back about revelations and certain things, right? And I have critters around the house outside. But anyway, in that one of the things they discussed tonight was that they're waiting on the Antichrist, and I'm like, he's already here. It's called the Pope, who's a fake and a Jesuit. He's already here. There are a lot of scholars and so forth that agree with me that the Antichrist um, is the Pope, because the Pope is from the Catholic Church's point of view, the Pope is supposed to be the representation of Jesus and Christ on this planet. And if you look at that little muggity muggity and you say he represents God on the planet, that guy right there, are you serious? And the answer is yeah. Before first, okay, catch it's on the 20. Yeah, it's 12:22. I'm late. Now at 17 and 14 into this, most of you who know me, I want to reiterate very clearly to anybody else who might come on here. I am a firm believer in Christ, okay? Church and Christians, and not so much. Christ, absolutely a firm believer, okay? The Christ consciousness, absolutely a firm believer. So this idea that somehow I'm like speaking against Christ or God or something, like, no, I'm speaking against the stupid humans that want to blame everything on a God. That's my point. The stuff that's going on in the universe has been going on for thousands and thousands and millions of years. Some of these rocks that are coming into, our solar system have been flying around out there in free space forever. Now, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. There here's the part about a particular part about aliens. There are some alien folks who are throwing rocks at us. Okay. I mean, not comets. I mean, these are like rocks they're literally throwing at us. They threw some rocks at Jupiter years ago. Here recently, there were some more rocks thrown at Jupiter. And that's a war between the Charistus and the Vlash and the Mater. They literally get space rocks and turn them into weapons, okay? So that is true. Are we having space rocks thrown at the planet Earth? Probably. But is it God? The answer is no, okay? There's a lot of space out there. There's a lot of debris in the universe. It's not empty. And this idea that somehow God is, I don't know, he's like throwing tennis balls at the earth or something. Are you serious? God is. He's got this whole universe to run, but he's picking on earth for a reason. Why? Because the population needs to wake up. Why? Because he said so. Really? Well, what about Buddha? What about, all these other entities and religions and Muhammad and whoever? Well, what about them? Oh, but they don't count, because only the Christian religion counts. And to the Christians who don't believe this, but in the Catholic prayers, the Nicene Creed, the Apostles' Creed, um, the Holy Catholic Church, the one and only true church, if you say that word, I've been in a Lutheran church, or no, I'm sorry, Episcopalian, and they say it exactly like the Catholics do. But they say that the Catholic Church is the one and true church saying the prayer, the Apostles' Creed, but they're Lutheran or they're Episcopalian. They're not even Catholic, but they say it, and that just has always like made me scratch my head. But I think it's rather the which God though. Thank you, Chloe. That's sort of what I was headed from, earlier. What if the universe was just created a couple of months ago, but the size scale was so small and could just be the same? I wasn't where I was supposed to be, but good was waiting for me. I'm a Baptist only because I grew up in it. Yeah. So there are things that I believe through the Bible, but you've known me long enough, But here's the thing about the Christian thing. Okay, so it's one thing to hey, let's talk about Christ. He died on the cross. He died to save us from all sin, but yet we have to be baptized because of our original sin. I still haven't figured that one out right. So, and Christ did all these things, but there are so many things in the Bible that kind of sort of contrary to that. I love you too, Chloe. But so it doesn't matter what Christian belief that you have. The Catholics, if you ain't Catholic, then you ain't going. Okay, just saying. It's sort of like the rapture folks that say only 144,000 are going. Well, what if you added a couple of zeros, because of population density from the time of when the Bible was first started? 144,000 was probably a lot of people. And so, but now with 7+ billion people on this planet, maybe there's going to be 144 million people or souls go. Who knows? But I'm just speculating on that. But if it's only 144,000, there's going to be close to 7 billion souls that are going to be really pissed off. So but God though, he's in his benevolence and everlasting love for us is going to shun the rest of humanity because there's only 144,000 get to go. I mean, so this idea though that God's making the sun crazy. Okay, God is bringing the aliens to us. It's all God's fault because the aliens are here, and all aliens are demons. Every single one of them. And some of these demons are fallen angels, okay? And that these fallen angels are working for Lucifer. Okay, now, for those of you who may not have remembered a video I did years ago, I've discussed the possibility that, there with one word or one or two word changes in the Bible it changes the whole context. So I have for years, and especially after coming in contact with Dante's channel, and that I have often wondered if the angels that fell because they were killed in battle. Not that they fell because they were part of Lucifer or whatever. Oh, but the Bible says that angels came and mixed up with the children of God, or the children on the earth, and then the Nephilim were born and all this other. Okay, okay. But what if them fallen angels were wounded in battle? What if it was totally different than they quote, fell from the grace of God? What if that really wasn't true? And who is this God anyway, right? Let's just kind of halfway go back to that. But it seems that God is only good for this planet. Now, just stop and think about that. I have looked up at the universe since I was a young lad and said, there's got to be more out there. Not a clue about aliens or anything else, but I just looked up at the stars and said, there's got to be more out there because there's so much of it. You know what I mean? So, and I have never believed that, well, I've always in my heart have believed that there's something else out there besides this planet. Long before science and all this other stuff and UFOs, okay? Although I realized I was born in 1952 when there was a UFO incident, but I don't think that had anything to do with me, um but this idea though that and there are demons everywhere literally waiting to pounce on we the unsuspecting. Hey, Brandy, most of the Bible is code for the constellations and season. Most of it's just a bunch of stuff these people wrote down. Anyway, I don't want to get started on the Bible. I have discussed it too many times. People try too hard to make the Bible fit. And it's like, why? Well, because the Bible, yeah, okay. Well, then what about the Bhagavad Gita? What about Hopi traditions? What about these? What about the Amazons? What about these folks? What about, I mean, but you only choose the Bible to say, well, we got to check with the Bible first. Hang on, but just back up a minute. Uh, at 7 years old, I saw three. Were they the good ones, Pearl, or the nasty ones? But so anyway, I know I talk way off my head, but there's so much evidence that things were so different than what is supposedly written in that book that a bunch of guys got together and put together. It's a narrative. It's what they have been working on this agenda for over 2,000 years, these folks. And there are a lot of people that still don't get this, that 2,000 years to somebody who lives for, 6,000 years in Earth's terms, because everything that we look at in the Bible is in terms of the earth. Now, if there has been evidence with the rings of Saturn and so forth, that there are giant spaceships out there that are manned by giants. Okay. And there were giants on this planet, where you want to call them Nephilims, or just maybe they were just big folk, a big race of people. But no, that didn't happen. Well, there are skulls and bones to prove that there was. So how did they get here? Were they bred here? Were they, did God send them down? Are they fallen angels? Let's go back to the Bible narrative now, because if whatever we find doesn't fit in the Bible, then it must be some kind of heresy, right? Because the Bible, for Christians and for Western man, so to speak, it is somehow the baseline for all things. Well, the Bible didn't say anything about it, so therefore it must not be true, or it must not have happened. You know what I mean? Oh well, but blah 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 blah. But the Bible says, or doesn't say. Well, why do you keep bringing this damn book up? Let's just look at facts. Yeah, but the Bible, just drop it with that book, please. Let's just talk about stuff, okay? Quit dragging any kind of religion into this. Let's just have a conversation, right? So, but like I want to reiterate, I'm very much a believer in Christ. I am a warrior for Christ. I have talked about this before. I have not changed my mind. But this stupid stuff about this one entity is picking on Earth on purpose. Okay. One entity in the universe, this whole big ass, all these galaxies and planets and black holes and white holes and purple holes. Who knows, with the color spectrum. And of course, we've got to keep the rainbow folks in there. that somehow there's one entity that's picking on humankind. And I just can't buy it. You know what I'm saying? Just, I'm sorry, just can't buy it. Um, because those Christians who talk about what's God doing to the planet has been through many uh, modifications and things over the last however many million years it's been here. If you believe the Pangea idea that the planet was much smaller and it is expanding, which would naturally explain some of the things we're going through right now. Um, 20 years ago, there were scientists and so forth that said that we, as our solar system, would be going through a new space in space. We're never in the same space twice. Because everything's always in motion. So, oh, but the comets, because we keep going through the comet's tail. No, we don't. I'm just saying. Why? Because the whole solar system is moving. The planets are moving around the sun. The whole solar system is moving, and so is the galaxy. We are a spiral galaxy, it's spinning. So we're never in the same spot next year. We have moved, okay? So all this stuff is, they talk about the changing universe, but then they turn right around and want to say, well, no, we're back in the same place we were last year. No, you just told me we're in a changing universe. It's spinning, changing, and now you want to say, but we're in the same place we were last year for the same asteroid that came by 50 years ago. No. Oh, and comets are still made of ice and dust, even though they landed on one and it was bullshit, right? They can't get the science right. But at the same point, some of them same people will swear to God that it's God that's doing this. Just God, has nothing to do with anything else. Not that maybe it's just natural occurrences in the universe, nature, and we as a human species have only been on this planet for a short period of time. And even if it was recorded all the way back to whenever, it's still a short period of time in galactic terms. So back to the giants for a moment, in that if I was a giant and I lived on a planet that its spin was different from Earth's, so like, it takes a while for Jupiter to go one revolution, right? Same thing with Saturn or Neptune or all the other. Oh, they're gas giants. Really? Maybe not. There's a lot of evidence that there's gas around these planets, but they are planets. There is dirt down there. You know what I mean? So, but this idea though that, somehow everything has to fit like the earth, or therefore it doesn't exist. Hey, Jody, how are you? I didn't, I like the pink hole myself. Oh, shut up, Travis. That is called severe indoctrination. The Bible says, the Bible said, the Bible. Yeah, 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 yeah. My dear friend, I have many dear friends. I love them. I do, I do, I do, I do. And I tell them, I love you. But you keep on. But, you believe in this and that and this and that, but then at the end of it, you got to throw the Bible and God into it somehow. And I'm like, you just talk to me about science and things that, but it's God's plan. Well, no, oh, for God's sakes, would you stop it? These are natural occurrences. No, sorry. God's making the volcanoes go off. God's creating the earthquakes. God creates the major storms. God's trying to kill us all. But we should bow down and go to church on Sundays and worship this entity who's trying to freaking kill us all. Sorry, I don't want to. I don't want to pray to this guy or whoever is supposed to be a guy, right? And the council of elders, the true council. I agree with you, Brandy. So, but anyway, Jehovah God has been canceled. Yeah, thank you very much. And I knew quite a few Jehovah Witnesses in my day too. So worked for one for almost 10 years. So off and on. But anyway, um, but here's the thing, I'm in this conversation about God and of course the apocalypse. We can't rule that out, right? That everything, if it's not good and to our liking, it must be a demon. And they're trying to scare the shit out of people so much now. Delaney's got pictures. I've taken lots of pictures of orbs and things. My next door neighbor and I, we talked about that there's a portal, sort of like on the property line, and we've both seen it, not together, but separately. He agrees with me. They've taken pictures of orbs in the woods from the trail cams. So we all know, at least around here, that, there are spirits roaming these woods, and some of them have for a while. But are they demons trying to possess us? Is everything out there? Now, here's the thing 10, 15 years ago, when I first started my true shaman training, I started seeing like other entities and things, and I was like, "Oh, holy shit! You guys stay away from me, and I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I have the power." And they kicked my ass, right? So that's when I learned about honor. You can't demand anything. I'm well, okay. I'm a god or a goddess. Today, I'm a god. My hair is just not right to be a goddess tonight. But in this understanding of things, though. I can't demand anything. I try to demand my dog come when I call him, and he's off in the woods somewhere. I mean, they're just this idea of demanding, right, is just insanity. Ask the universe, ask your friends, ask for, but to demand it, had a discussion with this with someone the other night, but to the point though, there are so many people who are trying to demand answers. They demand that, this religion will save them. They demand that, it must be God who's doing all this shit, when maybe it's just natural stuff. Now, there might be all kinds of little spirits and entities and all, but, in different places on the planet. And I do believe this because I've been, like when I've talked about down on the Ochlockonee River where I met those water nymphs that took me back up the river. In a dense fog, I couldn't see the end of my kayak, and I just watched their little swirly dancing, and they took me about a mile and a half back up the river that I'd never a section I'd never been on before. So I have met and seen these entities too, and have taken pictures of like Apollyon the Destroyer. Wonder who do we really pay to in the church? Yeah, I'm. See, that's one reason why I couldn't give to the Catholic Church after I'd found out about some of the underhanded and sure enough black mass kind of stuff that was going on in the Catholic Church. And I was like, I can't support these people. No, I can't support the church who supports, you know, these these men to pedophile me and other boys and girls, and no, and they've got a club about it. No, I'm sorry. And that they, sorry, I am not going to support that. But enough about Bible. No, it's okay, Jody, you're welcome to share. That's why we're here. But so, for me, the Bible has been a study guide, not where people say it is the absolute word of God. No, no, sorry, because God didn't write it. Well, yes, He did. No, He didn't. Well, but Paul got struck by lightning and knocked off his horse, and a lot of the Catholic priests say, don't listen to Saul, that he was a heretic. and that no, and there's so many people that talk about the Apostle Paul and all these things, and when he didn't really know shit, okay, but they put all their faith in this other guy, but wait a minute, hang on. So he got struck by lightning. Big deal. People get struck by lightning, not necessarily every day, but you know what I mean. And I've been electrocuted a couple of times. That's fun. Not. I get the tingle all over. I get the tingle, But back, I guess, when I was a kid and there were fewer things to think about, God was up yonder and he was ruling over us, and we had to be good or we was, who was going to get us? I don't know. I swiped some of my mom's cigarettes when I was a kid, but, God will get you for that. He never did. I'm just saying. We were told as kids in Catholic school that masturbation would make you blind, and I only did it till I needed glasses. So I mean, that somehow all these things that eating meat on Friday, I talked about that. It's not a sin anymore, right? So all them years, all them people who went through this stuff because the church said so, but because they're supposed to represent God, like that Popey crap character that's there now. I want to slap him so bad, I swear. I just if I could get near him, I'd just slap him. I wouldn't punch him. I would slap him and say, "Who do you think you are? Who do you really think you are? Just let me give you a backhand one good time and slap you across your papal ass, face." But his face looks like an ass to me. But don't want to kill him. Don't really want to hurt him, but I would love to backhand that boy one time. Let me tell you. Um, so the Antichrist is the Pope. Just saying. If you're waiting on him, the wait's been over for a while. Okay. In Catholic prophecy, this guy in there is the last Pope for the Catholic Church. So a lot of stuff happening. But the apocalypse thing of, well, the sun's giving us more radiation. God's plan, what? To give us all skin cancer? Okay, it can come from there is good. I absolutely believe that, Jody. I said the Bible is a very good study guide. But so are some of the teachings of Buddha. So are the teachings of oh man, crap, the Chinese Confucius. There are a lot of holy men in the that have been here on this planet with wonderful things to say about the heart and about the internal and everything like that. Um, if you read the ARB book, it does say that the Mater met with Castro and the Pope. Yep, I agree, Jody, and I have read it. Yes, but with that said, though, so there are some things that people will talk about giants, but they came from God, but not from outer space. Okay, there's kind of some evidence that maybe they really did like fly here. They're not from this planet. And they came and populated parts of the planet like other folks did. So, but they can believe in God, but they can't believe in a spaceship. They can't believe that God created the spaceship to bring the giants here. Now, for me, it's like, I could get that. Oh, no, God didn't create him, God, and, because the Bible says, right? So it's like, but wait a minute. If I was to believe in the single God theory kind of thing, I could see where God made giants. And of course, they were really big and everything. And Earth was probably too small for them. And they were from someplace else. I have an imagination, right? So why couldn't they exist? Why couldn't they have come from outer space? Why not? Well, because God said. Oh, they're the Nephilim. They're the combination. They're mean, bad, nasty. Oh, well, okay. Have you noticed if it ain't what God said, it's somehow evil, wicked, bad, and nasty? Just saying. And that if you don't follow the rules, God's going to smite your ass. Period. I just don't like this guy. Whatever this Christian God is, he's a mean, nasty, vengeful, spiteful being, and I just don't want to worship him. Whatever, right? Don't want to go there. But to the universe, to the natural universe of things, there are asteroids and planets and stuff in space. Well, okay, so if there was an asteroid that destroyed, the dinosaur, let's go back. Did God throw it at the earth? Well, they don't say anything about that. Well, the Bible doesn't say anything about dinosaurs, but everybody agrees that there were dinosaurs, and people are still believe that dinosaurs made the oil. That's still like what? They quit talking about dinosaurs making the oil so much, if you've noticed. But when I was a kid, it was all about the dinosaurs. Well, but here's the thing: in La Brea tar pits, there were tar pits when there were dinosaurs, because guess what? They found dinosaur bones in the tar pits. So wait a minute, there was already oil when there were dinosaurs, because there was tar pits. Anyway, there was uh, all satellites and ISO are in a constant state of free fall. Yep, they have to keep boosting their orbits. Agreed. Hey, David Castle, how are you? But so anyway, there's some of this stuff that really seem to be pushing hard right lately, because there's all like this space weather news kind of stuff. So, but now it's all God's plan that all of this is happening to us. Hey, Brandy, were you over here? Niall, how are you this morning? 12:52. This is a very complex subject. Not sure what to say. That just, and I don't mean this rudely, that just listen, because I'm kind of sort of on a tirade with some of this stuff. But for me, the one God theory for the planet Earth, okay, maybe there was a guy in charge of this planet, but the rest of the universe, from my perspective of the Bible's point of view, it doesn't talk about the rest of the world, the rest of the universe. It's very singular in its thought. It's just the planet Earth and heaven. So, and to me, there's just so much more that's obvious. That's all. So, and I just think, the guys that wrote the Bible didn't think that we would be in 2,000 years, we were going to be this freaking smart, I guess. So we are created in God's image, uh, changed planes of existence. For me, this is what it means. God's image, for me, means the spirit. For example, and I've used this, in Revelations, the angel comes before John, and John bows down and he's trying to worship him, and the angel grabs him and says, "No, stand up. You are as I am, and as you are," or something similar to that. So we are all angels. So we are made in the image of God, in that, for me, I believe our spirits are part of the source, and the source energy in the universe, not of just this planet. So to me, it's just so much bigger than Earth, in its singularity. And, the whole universe, evolves around the Earth. How arrogant is that shit? You know what I mean? So, but the idea that for me, the creator is the creator of everything good and everything bad. So God creates a storm, and a tornado comes out of it. Did God create the tornado, or was it the storm and the conditions on the planet with which we live? and you just happen to be in the wrong place. Now, here at my house, I've talked about this before, and it's the truth. I've had two hurricanes go over my house since I've lived here, and both times those tornadoes went over from hurricanes. Right, the last one was Michael, has destroyed my neighbor's barn up there on the hill, wiped it completely off the face of the earth, threw it around on the earth, it tore it up. Twice since I've lived here, I've seen it happen. I mean, literally watched heard the tornado go over and looked up the hill and went, holy crap, there goes the barn again. you know. But so, and they built another barn right back in this place. So if I'm still alive in 40 years, it might actually happen again, because it was about 35 years between tornadoes that tore my neighbor's barn down. Anyway, so this idea, well, is God picking on them? Is God picking on me and my neighbor because there's all these trees that are down in the backyard that we can't get to the river because there are these, ancient 200 and 300-year-old live oak trees that are down and crisscross? You can't walk through them. There's so much. Or was it just because nature made a tornado? But God, okay, all right. Now, do I feel like the spirits helped save my ass because it went over the house twice, didn't touch any of my stuff, but tore their barn to shreds? I'm thankful. Don't get me wrong. But do I think that God Almighty Himself saved me? Well, I just hope that my spirits were protecting me, but it was protecting a lot of other people. It didn't hurt anybody else in the neighborhood. And, so I'm thankful for that. But so, and there are all this other destruction. So God made the storm to bring all this destruction upon these folks down here. Why? To prove a point? What? So we would bow down and worship Him some more? I mean, so what is this idea that if God's to blame for all this, why should I give thanks? To what? For not hitting my house but destroying my neighbor's barn? Okie dokie. Thank you, if that's where it's supposed to go. But so my point into this is that some of this stuff that they're blaming on God or giving God credit for, however you want to look at it, to me, has gotten to the point of just being absurd. Okay. Is there a God in heaven? Okie dokie. Let's just stick with that. But God is He's doing all this stuff to mankind. What? To teach us a lesson. Okay, I think a lot of us have been taught a bunch of lessons, but you're gonna, have people covered with lava. What did they learn from the experience? Not to live at the base of a volcano. What about the people that were tore up in storms or in drowned? What about the old people that a couple of years ago when Houston flooded and all those people were drowning in their nursing homes and wheelchairs because they didn't have any help and the water rose? What about them folks? Did they deserve to go through that? Why? Because you're the Almighty God and the omnipotent one. And but we should all be thankful it wasn't us in the wheelchair that we couldn't get out and we drowned in. Okay. So this benevolent being that's supposed to be the all-powerful Almighty God, that's supposed to be on our side, doesn't seem to be on our side. So, from a Christian point of view now, because they're all blame, this God's has control over the situation, then why is He torturing people then? I'm just saying. I'm just asking a simple question. So, but now, can I believe that nature goes through periods? Absolutely, because I'm 69 and a half years old. See, I got it in here. The joke, the running joke, right? And, cheers, anybody. We're almost at the top of the hour at 1 a.m. Blessings to all y'all. I'm doing the top of the hour Hawkeye Two Feathers at late night, early morning, full moon, blood moon. Should be about this time soon. Should be seeing the eclipse start. So, anyway. Oh, my God is pretty cool, and I stand up for my God. Don't blame. Yeah. Oh, and listen, them nuns were brutal on us youngsters back in the day too. I mean this with sincerity, Johann. I'm glad your God is an awesome God. But the one these folks that try to preach, that wait a minute. So God's gonna, if God's gonna save us, then why are all of us who are praying for peace on earth? Why ain't it happening more? Well, because God's got a plan. What's His plan for us to suffer some more? I'm just asking you, good Christian people, please tell me why, sweet Jesus, why are these people suffering the way they are? If God is so omnipotent, if all these people are praying to the Lord for salvation and peace and goodwill and healing, where is it? Christians, there's just more death and destruction. There's just more because they keep talking about how much more death and destruction there is and what's coming. So they don't tell me, oh, well, God saved these people and God showed up in over here and did these miracles and God did this over here and God, closed up the dam and saved this whole town of people. God lifted, okay. No, what the report is how much more closer we are to the end of days where we're all going to die and it ain't going to matter anyway because we'll be dead, right? So, what are y'all bitching about? These folk. But you better be washed in the blood of the Lamb. Otherwise, you ain't going. I'm sorry, I've had blood all over me before, and I just would rather not go back to that, okay? There are natural things in this universe. Did God create it all? Each Ooh, that was a good one. Each specific little point. Really? I've never believed it, but God does not God does not torture people. Humans torture people in his name. Why he should why should he interfere? Why would you? I would say failed experiment does not mean I do not believe. Oh, I believe in the creator, but I believe in the source of all things. I believe in higher spirituality. I just don't believe in the God crap. That's all. You know, I have for my belief, and one could say maybe it's my shaman journey. My belief is that, you know, those are just natural stuff. I mean, I'm talking about natural hurricane storms, things, stuff. Now, there's a lot of proof that there's some man-made stuff in that respect going on too. So, um, we're our worst enemy. I would absolutely agree on that. And that, God didn't kill us, that humans are killing humans and doing the torture. No, but I mean, the folks were talking about storms and space debris and, gamma rays and I wasn't talking about what you were just saying about folks killing people. No, I'm talking about God is the reason for all the space debris. God's the reason for all the asteroids. And there's more coming. We can't get out of it. We're all going to be killed. Okay, that's some of the, you know, tonight's, actually, it was last night's, preaching. I won't name the preacher. I try not to do that. But I listen often. I think this gentleman he has helped us save a lot of people, in that they were just lost and confused. But this thing about the apocalypse, that some of these folks I swear I think they're trying they have to have the apocalypse happen. Otherwise, the Bible won't be any good to them, right? Because all their prophecies, all their dreams, all the stuff that they've had, then it'd be all for naught. So they've been, here's the thing. Now, I do believe that some of these people absolutely believe in their heart that they are speaking in with God, that with their hearts and so forth. I do. I feel that they're connected to something. Okay. But at the same time, I've had dreams, and oh my God, and then I have to later on go, nah, that was just a dream. That was a could be, not it's gonna be. So some of these folks are having dreams, and it's oh so prophetic, and because they've had prophetic dreams before, at least they think they have, and but it's that they have to manifest these prophecies not only from the Bible but their own. Um, for whatever reason, they got to make it come true. And I just, okay, if that's the way y'all feel about it. Now, personally, I have discussed this years ago in my apocalypse type revelations videos that I did and I've done, but and I still basically believe it. We are in the end times, okay? Absolutely. But it's not the death end times. It's the end of all this crap, and I'm hoping that humanity will be able to look back over some of the stuff that's going on and say, no more. For example, today, which I think is a good thing. Our prez had said everybody's got to get the thing, and he went to the OSHA and told them that he tried to use OSHA and the 100 people mark for businesses. You know what I'm talking about? And OSHA came out and said, nope, you can't do that to us. We don't agree. So now there's dissension by a group that's going, nah, you can't use us as the scapegoat. How better to know and understand good is to know and understand evil. If your life was a perfect dream, then you could never know God. There's more proofs for the existence of spiritual evil than there is for the existence of God. I would disagree, but okie doke. It's going to get hell on earth, so get to know God. Which one? Oh, evil's been around. It's always showed its head. If anything, evil has been hidden from us. Evil went underground, um, and it's starting to be brought back in the open. Sure enough, they just don't care anymore. But if you gotta have one dude or dudette that you gotta have faith in, then go for it. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I want you to have faith. Well, but if you say, well, the God, you talking about Christian God, the Buddhist God, the Chinese God, the Indian God, Shiva? What about all these other gods and the gods from Thailand? What about the spirits and so forth? The native. I'm just asking. So, the Creator is good for all indigenous peoples. Creator was always the good one. It was always man or animals or Mother Nature that messed up. But Creator, if you had faith in the Creator, no matter how bad it got, Creator would help you to get through it. So, okay, is that God? Well, it's the Creator. And as we have discussed at times before, the Creator of all things versus the God of all things. Where the creator just creates and allows things with free will. Nature has a free will. Rivers have a free will. The atmosphere has a free will till man started messing with it. But um, so is it ruled by a god? Okay. But I feel that there is more good energy in the universe because when people wake up in the morning, they go, "Oh, well, I got to go to work today, but man, the sun came up and let me get my coffee. Oh, my coffee tastes good today." They find good in the universe, right? That has nothing to do with God. So I'm saying that this because I heard something today and I thought it was very profound. And it that those who have come before us, our elders, and the Bible speaks of the elders now. Okay, we can't get rid of that. So, and many other religions and faiths and beliefs believe in the elders who've come before us. They stay alive because of us, but because of us, and we remember, like I remember my pops, I remember my granny, I remember and I remember these people who filled me with love and gave me compassion, and it was good. So the idea, though, that um, they're still alive because of my energy, but my energy is being fed because they are still alive in the universe. So it's this yin and yang is not really right because it's the transference of energy. So by remembering the elders remember me. I mean, that's a really simple way to put it. But because I give honor to the elders, then the elders will honor me with insight or wisdom or whatever. What'd you say now, David? I have so do I. My belief system is complex but personal. I agree, as it should be, as it was meant to be, as the mystic of Nazareth said it would be. Uh, okay, good. I mean that positively. Good now. Yeah, the eclipse was making me very tired. Yeah, I was going to try to see if I could hook up my camera, and whether it's so straight up. I don't know if I can get a good shot of it with my the angle on the um, tripod versus the camera weight and everything. But anyway, so I want you all to believe in something, and if it's good, then go for it, right? Um, but there are so many people who it's like for like now the last few years I've talked about the apocalypse. I have discussed it, and I because I was terrified of the whole thing because of what I'd been shown in 2012 and 2013 and before then, but that was like my big twist, right? And so I'm looking at stuff when I'm going, holy crap, it is part of the dreams I had way back in 2013. I've talked about, the Braves on horseback, right? So but and some of those things I like I'll see a picture on a TV or on the internet and I'll go, crap, that was one of them little thingies. 12:12, it's 1:15 here. We got 5 minutes. I still got a good bowl in here. I haven't been able to smoke much of, but so I just want to tell folks, um, if it rains a little more once sometime and the creek runs out of its banks, is God picking on that creek or anything along it? I mean, I just got to say, maybe we should tone this down and say Mother Nature did it. Nature had a thunderstorm and it rained 3 inches on my house one time and hardly anywhere else in the county. I mean, it rained in it was really like a half-mile radius around here one time a couple of years ago. And I'd been doing a rain dance and it rained for like 15 minutes and just poured down. There was no other cloud in the sky. And I thought, well, I'll be damned. Did I do that or not? Don't care. I didn't take credit for it, but I was really happy that I was out in the yard dancing when it rained, and I was doing a rain dance. So I was calling the rain, and it did. But I've tried it other times and not so good. So, hey, Steve, how are you? Uh, T minus six. Yeah, T minus four almost now. But yeah, there is a lag from me yakking to the time it hits your ear. So, but anyway, so I honestly, if you're finding things spiritual and you're finding yourself closer to the universe or to God or and you're feeling it, I go for it. Honestly, go for it because as I've said before, I have family members and folks who they just got to have that Bible to rely on. Not so much the church or a church, but the Bible. So I'm good. You know, it's a really good uh, tutoring guide. It's like the Bhagavad Gita. I've got three different versions, or the three different books of it, and some other things, and I Ching and stuff. I mean, so the idea of spiritualism, though, regardless of religion, or one God or many gods, or the Creator of all things, right? It's like so. Okay, but here's the thing: you have to. I would say you would almost have to agree with me on is that if you've reached that state where you're sitting here with me, then you realize that somehow you may not understand to the degree you're what, but somehow you know that you're a part of the universe. Period. You know you're a part of the universe. Are you sure what's going to happen when you die? No, but you know that there's something else, or otherwise you wouldn't be. So you're spiritual and you know it. You have faith in that. Where does that come from? That faith comes from inside in your own knowing of your own spirit, you see? So that's great. Are you talking to me, Johan, about feeding the homeless? I've had homeless people stay in my house and steal from me and make me damn near go, bankrupt. If you're not talking to me, then never mind. But um, dogs woke you up. But we got it's 1:17 a.m. time here on Friday, November the 19th, 2021. You're with the Late Night Soul Tribe with Hawkeye Two Feathers, aka David Null. Greetings to all of you. I truly and honestly hope that that you are doing as well as possible wherever you may be. Um, and that you seek the spiritualness that you need, because as I've said before, and it really, I mean, Jesus said it too. Ain't nobody going to save you but you. you know uh Whatever anybody else believes, but if you feel like you got it right and you feel close to the spirits and nature, however you want to do it, and you're comfortable with that, and you've got faith in that, I don't want to try to shake that from you at all. Oh, no, 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 no. Please, you stick with it, because when you get to the other side, that's what's going to, quote, save you, you know? And that, if it's the Ten Commandments, or like, I talked about this a couple of years ago about the Ten Commandments versus the Law of One, and there's there are no gods before me, bound up what, make holy the Sabbath. I mean, there are several of these things. It's all about God. And hang on, okay, but There's two of them: covet thy neighbor's wife, and then covet thy neighbor's goods. Ain't and then there's stealing. Ain't that about this? Couldn't you just roll that up into like one? But anyway, it all, but other than paying attention to God, and worship and all that crap, the law of one state fits anything that's in those 10 commandments. If you are true to the law of one. So it's like, if that's a universal law, it seems to me it precedes 9 more commandments. If you can't keep that one that pretty much covers it all, other than the God issues, then why do you need 9 more rules to go by? You, if covet your neighbor's wife or their goods, your neighbor's wife, uh, it in a way it is his goods. If they're married, it's they bound together and they're combined property. And wait a minute, so why you got 2 commandments? I'm just saying, I'm picking, right? But as a kid, I always thought it was just stupid. Why we got 10? We couldn't have. I figured we could have got, when I was a kid. This is before I learned about the law of one. But I always figured, can't we get rid of a couple of these and just go with like 5? Wouldn't 5 handle it? No, there's 10, and there were more. But Moses was drunk coming down the mountain, and he slipped and tripped and broke some of them. So there was only 10 that they could remember. And I was like, what the hell else would have they have written on them tablets? I mean, these 10 seem to be like a little overdoing it, but okie doke. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Well, because I'm going to strike your ass dead if you try to believe in somebody else. What? See, that God gives you the free will. No, he don't. Well, yeah, God created us all equal. He gave us free will. No, he didn't. Well, what do you mean, Dave? Because he says, you shall have no other God before him. And you better get down and worship him on Sundays. And you better do these other things because. So where's your free will? Well, God gave it to us. Yeah, but he didn't include himself, did he? What do you mean? Well, you got a free will to do anything else except these basic rules that God's really serious about. You better not mess with him. So where's the free will? You see what I'm saying? He kind of locks you down with it. You better not think of about another God, or I'm going to smite your ass. Whoa, shame, woe is me, live in fear, chaos, and all that. Really? Okay. So it's the 20. I missed it by 2 minutes. Ding, 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 ding. I do believe the statement that we were, excuse me, that we were made in the image and likeness, because in all spirit form we are like the angels. I believe that. Now, do I believe that God looks like me? Oh, hell no. you know my ugly ass, new teeth, and drooling at my age at 69 and a quarter. uh, it still makes me laugh. I'm sorry. Truth is, nobody knows what the hell is going on. That's a pretty good point there. We never did and never will. Well, I don't know about the never will part, but let's keep on killing each other in the meantime. Business as usual. Well, you know, I know what you mean by that statement, but I don't even talk about that kind of thing anymore. And like I was talking about the other night with you about, those things that we say, and I don't want us to keep killing each other. I really don't. And so we probably that human thingy will probably go on, but I don't want to state that anymore. I don't want us to kill each other. I want us to find peace. Paintballs. Okay, they've come out with a new Nerf ball with a looks like a golf ball, and they're harder and faster, and you can shoot more of them. Okay, let's have a Nerf ball contest. Let's do paintball or something. But this killing each other, and for me, I had to stop thinking in those terms. Even though I look out there every day through well, some days I skip a day, but I look through the news and everything and I see where, there was a bus that blew up and a bunch of people in a certain country or whatever, and it's sad, it's horrible. But then there was a bus that caught on fire on Hawaii, up going up the mountain there to watch the sunset, and all the people got out of the van, but the van burnt to a crisp. So there are burnings and bombings and things, but not everybody dies. Peculiar instances, but I would rather just stop thinking about the death and destruction. Just stop it. Well, 92 people got killed today. Okie dokie. But there was 24 people over here got dead. Okay. See, I grew up in the days of the 60s when, while we were eating supper at night and listening to watching NBC News with Tom Brokaw in the field in Vietnam, and all these dead bodies laying around, and we're eating supper, and it became a normal thing to see. Well, only 200 GIs were shot and killed today in the Tet Offensive or something, and death and mayhem was every day on the news. The Vietnam War, and living in Tampa, which was command central, and there were Hueys and stuff going in and out of Tampa all the time. So see, I put a lit for my when my coffee's a little bitter when I make it. I put a little bit of baking soda in my coffee. Thank you, Johan. I absolutely agree with that. About I look at nature, and that's where I have always found God and the Creator and the Goddess, and and love and peace. Even though there are snakes that'll bite you and will eat frogs, and and small critters, and I've watched my I've got a cacophony of cats in my yard, right? I'm down to six now. One got sick and died, and I just had to bury it. Don't know what. I think it got poisoned. I think it ate a poisoned frog or something, but it just was not well, and there was nothing I could do. And with my truck broke, I couldn't take it to a vet if I wanted to. But it still would have died, and then I'd had a vet bill. But I did give it a burial. So, and was as kind to it as possible. But it was not a pretty sight, right? So, dealing with death on a local basis with a kitty cat that you pet and somehow gets some kind of something, and you have to deal with it. It's not a person, no, but it's death, you know, and it happens all the time. Death is a part of life. Yeah. Well, see, that's one thing. I trust in the universe. I don't trust in God anymore, because that's just, for me, it's a one-way street. It's his way or the highway. I trust in the universe. I trust in the collective energy of all the elders who have come before us, and of their energy that's still in the universe. It's sort of like I was watching the series Star Wars: The Clone Wars on Disney Channel. I've watched it on Hulu too, but it's one of my favorite series that I've watched over the last few years. And in one of those, Yoda gets he hears Qui-Gon, whatever he's Jinn or something anyway, and Yoda's like freaking out, and he goes, "No, am I going mad?" And he goes, "Well, of course your brain would tell you no, but um, yeah, death is not the end, no. So, but if you believe that you've been created in the image and likeness of God, then you should automatically know that if God's a spiritual being, then so are you. Pay attention, right? Not necessarily to you guys, but and see, here's the thing, Johan. For those of us who have this other idea to it, Creator made God, and God made the earth. Not anything else. He didn't make the universe. He didn't do no. He just the earth. Now that's really far fetched, right? But for those folks that in the universe there's so much going on, God and angels and caretakers, and one guy can't do it all. And so there are districts. So there's a general or a leader or a creator for this solar system, you know, in this galaxy. So the next solar system over ain't created by the same God, because God that created this one, he's got enough shit to do. He ain't got time for this one over here. There's really too much stuff going on. So, but wait a minute now, then that's blasphemy. But hang on, but is it? Because the Bible only talks about this earth. Doesn't mention any place else in the universe. It only talks about here. So why can't there be a God for planet Earth and a God for another solar system or a God for another galaxy or a creator or a goddess or something else? What? I'm just saying, you know. Okay, I'm not trying to dissuade you, Johan, honestly. But I went through all this stuff myself. And so, in questioning this, I realized that if I just thought about God, I was limiting myself. And I do not want to limit myself in the idea because of the things I've seen and experienced myself. God can't explain it. I have so many opinions on of an evil entity which I saw and felt. Me too now, so and which destroyed my life and its message, but I'm doing okay with it. I've had the same thing tear me down, leave me in a ditch, and folks bankrupt my ass. I've been there. But I don't focus on the evil. I don't focus on those bad things. Yeah, they happened to me, and I crawled out of the pit. You know, Star Wars. I thought I heard that the bad match playing in the background. When I first came on, I did. I was watching. I had not watched the last two seasons of the Star Wars Clone Wars thing. They're like 7 seasons, and I only like watched 4 or 5 of them. So here recently, being bored, I figured I'd watch the last 2 seasons, which literally slides right into the Bad Batch, and also kind of sort of matches what this other one is, right? So it's like very interesting, and I really like the way the storyline flowed right into the next one. But to the point there, it was that Qui-Gon was talking to Yoda, but the fact that Yoda was able to like, wait a minute, and he says, "Listen, I still exist in the universe." Because of whatever statue was in the thing of the Jedi and all, and that he had been remembered and there was a monument, but also that because he was a Jedi and his energy and so forth, and he was still a part of the Force, and he was telling Yoda, listen, You need to be my voice. You need to be the voice of the force. And when it got there, Yoda was like, "Man, I can't deal with this because they truly saw the end and what they was really up to, and Darth Vader and all that stuff. So, but anyway, in that story, but it was the 3 or 4 sentences that he said, though, that made a crap load of sense. And I agree with it. But he was just talking about, well, my energy is, even though I'm gone, my spirit is still here and I'm still a part of the force, and you are a part of the force. And because you are a part of the force and alive, you supply the energy to the force of the universe for those of us who have already been here. And therefore, we can speak to you. And I was like, oh, holy crap. That's what Native Americans and folks teach about, you to ask the elders that have gone before. So, whether whoever wrote that episode or whatever, I was like, that is what, forget Yoda in the story, but the fact that that statement in and of itself is is a lot true, in my humble opinion. Uh it's like kids growing up, you can't keep blaming your parents. Yep. But this thing that I've had, for whatever reason, now they want me to say this. I went through a period where there were some people that lived nearby here where I live and were actually casting spells against me and the shaman medicine man who was teaching me at the time. We were both being targeted, and I mean big time. There was nasty crap going on and entities, and it just was not pretty. And it took several years for some of these entities. I tried to run them off, and that didn't work. And finally, I just had to say, look, I can't make you go. Well, you at least respect me. I've talked about this before, but, there were entities conjured up and sent against us. And that was just no fun. But in that learning and in that message, I realized that's where I learned another level of honor. Because where I used to curse them evil beings, I had to say, well, I must honor you and I must respect. And somebody, oh, they said that tonight. They said, oh my God, they said exactly that. People are saying, that, if Lucifer himself walked down the street, people would say, well, that's okay. He's got the right. Well, but here's the thing. How would I know for sure it was Lucifer? And if he was walking down the street and not doing any harm to anything, if I'm following the law of one, then why would I want to do him harm? I'm just going to stay out of the guy's way, right? And I'm going to keep the little children away from him or whatever, right? And warn people, hey, this guy's supposed to be Lucifer. Y'all stay away from this guy. But what am I supposed to do? But these Christian folks said, oh yeah, so there are people who would allow Lucifer into their lives. And in a way, I kind of agree with this because there's that show Lucifer. People love it and they let it into their lives. And so, would they allow the real Lucifer in if he's just walking down the street and, they don't like, but wait a minute, hang on, wait, is there a rule that because he's here that we got to like kill him or beat him or run? I mean, wait. So, but Lucifer doesn't have the right to be here. But God does and his angels. Well, okay, but so who's making up the rules here? Does everybody have, all beings are created? Well, no, Lucifer, he's a devil, and them demons. So, but they don't have a right to exist. Nope. But here's the thing. So the Christian folks tonight we're talking about, because there are people like me, I'm pointing at myself, that would say, well, they got a right to exist. And, that right there, that means they've lost your Christianity. What? No, I still believe in Christ. I still have the Christ. Whoa, hang on. Simply because I don't want to do battle or piss off a demon means that somehow, and I go, I respect your space. Just don't hurt anybody. You can wander around if you want to, but leave folks alone. And if that's what happens, like eventually some of those nasty entities that were conjured up to be here have left the building, with Elvis. Um, some people are born to suffer. Some people are tormented by a duality. Everyone is unique. Belief is only there for the individual. Okay. I apologize for asking the Starbucks my lack of memory. Wait, what? Oh, come on now. I wanted to read it. I have an ex that said she was going to go put some voodoo on me. She wasn't my ex, but there were people in the neighborhood. Anyway, I don't want to go into the story. It's just it brings evil, even if I discuss it. So don't even want to go there. You know what I mean? So, um, but these folks were literally conjuring spells and doing nasty things to send, and they sent some really dark crap our way. Let me tell you. Uh, so, like I said, it took a couple of years for some of these entities to finally leave, but they didn't leave. The more I tried to make them go, oh, I'm going to do a ceremony. I'm going to beat my drum. Y'all going to go because I'm stronger than you. That's just bullshit. They just looked at me and tossed me around and said, yeah, okay. And what they did was they taught me respect, you know. Yeah, you might be a demon and I don't agree with you. And I don't think you're going to be able to take over my body. You can make me trip. You can throw rocks at me, but you ain't getting me. I'm not working for your side. You know, that's just how it is. So when I showed them that I was strong enough that I was going to keep my faith and I would stay doing good, and that it basically I didn't want them to torture me, but they weren't going to force me to change my mind no matter how bad it got. And there for a while it got pretty damn bad. But I also had to realize that whether these Christians believe it or not, that we're preaching about it tonight, for example, that, oh my, if there was a demon, that people would just you say, well, it's got a right to exist. I'm sorry, but they do. But God created, yeah, and He gave everything free will. What's to say a demon can't change its mind? So when I do a ceremony, I've talked about this before, but when I do a ceremony, I invite the entities around. All good entities in the area come join in the ceremony. All entities that are on the fence, meaning half and half, they haven't quite figured it out. If y'all want to come to a good and share good energy, y'all are welcome. All of those who have already chosen the dark side, please respect my ceremony and space, and leave me alone. But you don't have to go away, just leave me alone. Let me do my thing with all these other critters or uh, entities or whatever want to join me. It's also the law of will. Satanism, what? New Age. Okay, if that's what you want to believe, Niles, I'm not going to argue. The law of one is very simple: do no harm to anything. That's it. It's the universal law to do no harm, period. See, me too. I don't care what religion you are or what religious background you might have had. But oh, hey, 11 Code. I'm sorry, I missed you there. And Black Dragon, man, I'm sorry, I was not looking at the screen. But no, I respect all religions. I mean, if we're not trying to kill each other and we're all trying to be peaceable and work together, I'm all for it. I don't care who you call your God or what your God is. I'm just giving another point of view about maybe this quote God was a construct of humanity, but in the long run, as native peoples realize, there is the creator of all things, including our gods. But anyway, as just have a conversation. Uh, the low is the low, 10 lows. Oh, laws. Okay. See, now, Black Dragon. I grew up. I was a Catholic. Grew up as an altar boy. Studied. I mean, I was like going to become a priest. But in now there are those folks who say, "Well, this law of one stuff. It's just New Age." Well, okay, but that one law covers everything. And to the point of, when having conversation with some of these elders, they pointed out to me, like I've said before, for every powwow that I've been to, Native American powwow, they've always said a Christian prayer first, but that they always follow it up to a prayer to the Creator. And, when I asked folks why years ago, and they said, well, Creator made the God for the Christians. And our creator made everything, including the God of the Christians. So why wouldn't we honor the God of the Christians? Because the creator made him too, or her, or who, you know what I mean? It was like, now, holy crap. Now, that was a whole nother level of thinking. And strange noise outside, like something running on the top of the roof. No new age in religion, brother. Hey, Steve, how are you? Green Houdini, right back at you. Um, but so, this is a point of view shared by, I'd say, a lot of people who don't normally talk about this kind of stuff. So, as part of my life's journey, I was instructed that as I learned these things, I had to have this conversation with y'all, um, because it is not about a specific religion. It is always about the spirit. If your spirit is good, if your spirit and you're trying to do good, you're in, sometimes shit happens and you might end up doing the wrong thing. But like I've talked about before, and it still irks me, that all them years I went to confession to confess my sin of eating a meat on Friday because I worked at the carnival and on Fridays, Saturdays, and well, Thursday, Fridays, and a lot of times that was all we had to eat that day. And damned if I was going to starve, when you're working hard and there's food all around you because that's what you're serving and you can't eat it, but I had to confess my sins to the church and to God and feel guilty all them years. And then the church came up and said, it's not sin anymore. So, I've been pissed at the church for a long time about that I might have missed something. Yeah. And they haven't any powwows recently because folks are so damn scared. And it's just like, what a shame. Uh, Yes, the spirit must be good. I agreed. I absolutely agree. For me, I've got two Bibles sitting right over there, and I have, several things and where I can go click online and read different Bible texts. So I'm not against the Bible. I just think people are silly in that the the Bible is the only way. The Bible, without every single word in that Bible, no, 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 no. It's a very good tutor. It's a very good lesson. That's all it's supposed to be. No, but God said no. People wrote this down. I'm sorry. Well, but they are inspired by God. Well, so am I, and so are you, and so was the guy next to you. We're all inspired by the universe, but to take it as you know quote gospel, and that in order to be a Christian you must believe every single solitary word and stuff in there. I'm sorry, I ain't going there. But do I believe in Christ? Yep. Do I believe in the Christ consciousness? Yes. Do I believe in reincarnation and doing good and all that? Absolutely. Am I still going to continue to try to do good? Yes. Do I need 10 commandments? No, I only need one. It's called the law of one, to do no harm. Keep it simple, silly. Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. To be a sunbeam. I'm okay, you think it's stupid. I'm judging the God of the Catholics. Okay. There are folks that I know, Episcopalians, and I know Jewish folks. I know a lot of people in different religions. And the God of the Catholics is stupid, vengeful, evil. Nah, sorry. Your God might be different, and that is fine with me. But some of these religions who preach their God, nah, he ain't mine. And you shouldn't pray to him neither. But okay, if you want to pray to doom and destruction, with all the things. See, I went to Catholic school all my life. I went to catechism. We studied the Crusades and how many people they killed and how many, all in the name of the church, right? I'm just, oh, what the Catholics did, all in the name of God. Okay. And if you're Catholic, you got to believe it and have faith. And, couldn't do it. So, but anyway, people are capable of both. Some people are more capable of doing bad things. I went through a period of time where it just seems like everything I did was bad. But then there are people who, no matter what they did, they were always seemed to shine the light and the good. So, they were less prone to those evil tendencies. But anyway, on the word Bible, like you did, the Catholic Church has its hooks in you. I pray your freedom, brother. Oh, I'm free of them. I'm just anybody who still believes in the Catholic Church and has all this faith in the church. I'm sorry, you've been lied to. And y'all can, Mary told me that there would be folks who would disagree with me and claim that I'm a heretic. I'm good with it. I am absolutely fine with it. So, call me what you want. I'm stupid. I'm crazy. The church has got its hooks in me. No, they don't. I'm trying to tell you, if you believe in that crap, you're the one that's hooked, not me. I broke free. But anyway, but I pray for freedom and peace for everybody. Hey, Project, how are you? And if that's where you want to go, okie dokie. You know, my organization that I believe in is nature. My organization is the universe, including angels. My religion is peace to each other. If that's a religion, I don't have a religion. It just to be to follow the law of one, to just do no harm. So anywhere you go, the Native Americans, those who walk with the spirit are light on their toes in their moccasins. And so that it's like you give respect with every step that you take on Mother Earth simply because you understand that, that's how grateful it is. Oh yeah, there are yeah, some gins. Yes, absolutely. I think we kind of met one because these folks conjured one and sent one to us. Um, yep, I'm with the love thing. I didn't abandon it. I ran from it. Because the Pope's a fake. But anyway, I'm glad if you're still a Catholic, go for it. Yeah, Lucifer is not. I agree with you, Delaney. He's not the vampire of the Catholic Church. There are folks within the Catholic Church. If you knew how evil they were, you would stop going to mass. You would stop giving another dollar, another dime. You would never again smile for the Pope or say you would stop. Okay, but you haven't learned that. It's okay. Only do what God told them to do. Angels have no free will. Yes, they do. All beings have a free will. Yeah, I'm in touch with nature all the time. I was outside in nature earlier, cutting down a tree. I have to have some firewood, coming up soon. So I was cutting firewood outside and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, me and Doug were outside in nature earlier. And what time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock in the a.m. So it's about what time it is to start seeing the uh, eclipse. I was going to see if I could get my good camera out and point it up at the sky. That it wouldn't show up on anything that I got here. I have not figured out how I could do that live with my other camera, but I would like to go out and see if I could videotape some of it and see how well my camera would do. Um, and see what it looks like from South Georgia, and then I could publish it later on. But would really like to just kind of, I don't have to like sit and watch it, but every 10 minutes observe it kind of thing. So, but anyway, if in sticking with the God thing, and if you believe in peace and love and harmony, and that I'm good with. We're good. We are good. You are part of our group. And because I don't think any religion is better than another. I have always thought, even when I was a kid, when the Catholic Church says they're the only one and true church, like on the planet, I just have never believed that because my granny went to heaven and she wasn't a Catholic. I watched her as she progressed, and uh, you know, my adopted mother Bessie was a Catholic, and anyway. But to the point though, so I do believe that what we do in life, the love that we show, the love that we have for others, that our caring attitude, our the peace that we have towards our I say fellow man, our fellow human beings or whoever they are, I'm all for that. So, keep doing what you're doing. Um, there have been times when somebody say, well, um, Dave, you're a new ager. No, I'm not. Well, yeah, you are. You've got all these new ideas. They're actually old ideas. The ideas that I've come up with or gone to, like I've told you, my, sister Aline from Tampa Catholic, she told me this, and I'll repeat it again. I asked her why she was still a part of the Catholic Church when she knew all these things and was telling me about the Vatican and the Pope and all the weird shit back in 1970. And and it's just been proven true down through the years, right? So, and she said because I made my vow to God, not to the church. And so, with that, so make your vow to God, whoever that God is that you feel is God or creator or the source, however you want to look at it. It's okay with me as long as you've got that connection and you're sure. And that God is a peaceful, loving, caring, you know, not this one that's listening to this one show tonight. Oh my God, every asteroid was thrown by God, aimed right at us to bring destruction and to wake people up. And I was like, what? And the whole earth is clouded by, there are millions and billions of demons in a whole like magnetosphere around the earth, and they're just waiting to feed on us. And that all, and I was just like, oh my God, I should just get a gun and shoot myself because there's no way out of this mess. And thus I had to do this video because Mother Nature has a lot to do with some of our woes and troubles and stuff, right? Let's just, just accept that, please. But at the same time, everybody wants to have somebody to blame something on. So it seems like well, God's a good one to blame it on. And I just think all of this mamby pamby, it's God, it's this, it's just useless. Come on, okay, there are people who died in the flood, okie dokie, and it's God and the wrath of God, and it's the apocalypse, and it was a really badass thunderstorm, and there was a mudslide. But God, and God, and apocalypse, and God. Okay, there was another thunderstorm, another, it's God, it's the apocalypse. We're all done. We're all gonna. Then just please, Jesus, calm down. Take a chill pill. People have been dying of stuff for a long time. If you see where some of these people live in the jungles and stuff, it's a wonder they haven't died before from a mudslide. I'm being nice. These people live in treacherous, dangerous places. God bless them for living there and making it through. Uh, but yeah, uh, why the Jews and Christians stop? What? I missed that. Yeah, people have done some really crappy things to the earth. I absolutely agree. Um, Black Dragon for me, I quit bowing down to the Christian God of the Bible because it's a mean, nasty, and I'm sorry, I'm not bowing to that one, but to the creator, I give honor always. But yeah, why? It depends on where you're at, but in growing up in the Catholic Church, we did a lot of bowing at certain, stage of the cross. You bowed or knelt or did a thing, but there was a lot of bowing. So, but I left the church when they started going crazy with the mass and this, that, and the other thing. It's just, you know. But anyway, so with that said, I'm coming up on 2 hours here. Theories, fear stories, what's being written, yeah. um and and it's the some of these people, it's like they couldn't find anything to say it's God's wrath or whatever, that they started picking on asteroids and all and gamma rays and the magnetosphere is going down. Well, it was God's plan. And oh my goodness gracious, please. It's like they've got to have something else to throw in there on the God alien space junk. They got to have something else to throw into the apocalypse, and that's my point. It ain't about the God thing. It's about the everything's the apocalypse, and of course, it's all God's fault. Uh, hey Barry, so caught you napping, huh? Natural apocalypse to split away from God. Society keeps people split from their spirituality. And I'm using the word spirituality where you might use the word God. Okay, I'm just saying. So that, these people say, or, the Jews are bad, or the Muslims are bad, or the Catholics are bad. And um, the old joke was, I'd take two Muslims over one Catholic any day. I mean, no disrespect now, but, like, what? Yeah. There was a Baptist down here one time, and he was like, I'd take two Muslims over a Catholic any day, because that's how much they thought about Catholics. In that, from a Baptist to you get it. Oh, King James was a queer. Okay, let's just put it out there. you know, he was a bisexual man, did not like his wife, and had a tryst with one of the princes from France. And you want to follow a Bible that this guy wrote? Of course, for those of you who've been around long enough, I've said, don't read the King James Version. Go back. Go back to the version he stole his from, okay, and all the changes that he made. And it's much easier read and makes a whole lot more sense. There's a lot less these, thys, and nows, and the Lord God, this, that, and the other thing. It is so much easier to read. But nope, God's not a religion. That's right. God doesn't need a religion. It just is. Do you believe in a higher spirit? Yes or no? Yeah. Okay, then we're all on the same page. How we get there, you got to be good, right? Yeah. Okay. And you got to be, yeah. And you got to, okay, doke. Doesn't matter about the God part if we get the spiritual part of it right, right? So I don't want to argue about gods. Code Watch Industry Hoax Tupac series. Hmm. You're talking code to me there, Greenie. I don't know what that is. It's a date? Code Watch. See, I don't believe in the damnation part. I believe I've lived in hell since I was born. So, but anyway, personal opinion. Now, I actually do believe that there is a bottomless pit, but uh, Kodo was reading about Geordie Rose, who discovered the D wave, which is found in the REM stage of sleep. We're dreaming of this, guys. Oh, yeah, yeah. Hey, Michelle has linked to DARPA. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know it's interesting. I have told this true story before, but it's been a long time. But back when I was a kid and going to the, drive-in with my Aunt Shirley, we'd go to the drive-in, and it was back in the days when there weren't all these cup holders and things. And I told my aunt, I said, one of these days, we're sitting there waiting for the movie, and I said, one of these days, there's going to be this thing that clips on the door, and it'll clip right here on where the window rolls down, and you'll be able to put your drink in it. And, I was just, barely a teenager, right? Sitting at the drive in. A couple of years later, my aunt called me on the phone and she goes, David, you described this cup holder that's now available at Kmart when you was at the drive-in when you was a kid. And I was like, yeah, I know. And she was like, but there's been a lot of other things that I quote had these visions or dreams of, and other people have come up with them. I came up with a one of the projects we had years ago when I was taking my drafting class, my CAD drafting. We had to invent something, right, that was practical. And we had, as part of our thing, we had to come up with a financial plan, like how would we fund it, where, how much would it cost if we was to make a prototype, and then we would go or use our math on our math teacher to write out this financial report. And then we had to write a technical report, which we used our skills with our English teacher, and then we had to be able to draw the drawings and the different details, which had to do with our drafting instructor. So all of this was part of our like doctorate. It was our final exam to graduate, right? And so I came up with with two ideas actually, and one of them still hasn't surfaced. So, but in the carnival, back in the day, there was not a research. Back in the day, there was just one hole, and if there were several different size trailers with several different size trailer balls, and everybody had three different sizes, okay, at least. And so, because you never knew if you had to help somebody pull their trailer, but did you have the right size ball? So over the years, I was like, man, had come up with this idea on how you could the ball would actually disassemble itself, and then you could just screw it back together. But you could make two different sizes and possibly three, at least for a short haul, out of the same ball by disassembling it. And then, anyway, it was a really cool idea. I still haven't seen anything like it. But then my second option with that was to have three balls mounted on a frame, and that if depending on which one you needed, you'd pull it out and flip it one way or the other. Guess what they sell in Walmart? And that was exactly that I came up with back in the late 80s, right? Then a year or two later, they show up in Walmart. And I've got these preliminary drawings that as part of my final grade, right? And I'm like, it looks exactly like what I drew. It was exactly my idea, but somebody else got to it before I did. So, but anyway, interacting takes its toll on me, but it's interesting. So, do the backstroke, Niles. And I don't mean that with disrespect. Government have 30 years ahead. It's longer than that, Black Dragon, I believe. Look at the extreme reality check. She has a video that explains it all. Okay. There are a lot of things, you know, as a machinist and as an engineer who worked for a tier one company in the automotive industry for several years and saved the company probably $4 million at least in those years that I was there, and tooling cost and downtime in manufacturing and that kind of thing. And I'm not bragging because I had to prove it and give a report every month of how much money we had saved the company so I could keep my ass a job as an engineer. Um, so, but we had proof, we had receipts, we had numbers, and that's what always worked. But so anyway, there are things that within certain industries and companies, there are processes that if engineers who have like worked for one company all the time, they have never seen like a bread machine. They've never seen a conveyor belt in a canning machine, or they'd never seen blow molding with plastic for like milk jugs or something. They've only worked in the aircraft industry, which is not it's in its own class, right? So, but in these different manufacturing areas, there are these things that the general public never ever finds out about. like for example, different tool steels and things like that, and certain companies like I'm sure there's someone that's still doing it, but there's a company called 300 Below, and you can take and send it to them. It used to be like uh, $50 for 5 pounds, and it was like a 5 pound minimum. You didn't have to have 5 pounds, but 5 pounds was like anything more than that, then you paid the next rate. But they use liquid nitrogen and they cool down whatever's in it, right? And then let it sit for this little, kind of let it cook at that, 300 below zero Fahrenheit, and then they bring the temperature up slowly, and depending on the item, they will kind of warm it up in the oven, like if you put it on low and open the door, just to keep it, so to bring whatever was in the freezer back up to a normal. But there were people, they put pantyhose in there and froze them, and you could not get those pantyhose to run. They would last forever. Some engineers sent some golf balls to be frozen, and they were getting 75 to 100 yards more out of every single ball that they was frozen versus a regular ball, right? I mean, just smack the crap out of them. The tooling lasted 10 to 15 to 20 times longer simply by freezing it. And just so many things, race car engines and stuff, that they send whole engine blocks and freeze them, parts, crankshafts, valves, pistons, the whole 9 yards. Because how can these things, normally back when I was growing up, crankshaft, if, Bobby Allison and them guys at Daytona and AJ Foyt, they was running stock car races back then. They was blowing engines left and right. These guys and watching NASCAR now, they're, running a whole lot more RPMs than them guys did back in the day, but they don't have transmissions falling out on the track. They don't have engines blowing the hood off of the vehicles. I mean, and they're hauling butt. So technology has changed, but some of these guys are literally, they're freezing the metal because it will perform better. It'll last longer. There are fewer failures because it align the molecules, and it's like we didn't know this. A lot of people still don't know this, but the folks in the know it. So if you had something that kept breaking all the time, it'd be worth it for whatever, even if it cost you $50. If you keep replacing something all the time, if it cost you $50 and sent it off and got it frozen, it might not ever break again. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, that was worth $50. I'm not saying that's what it cost. But to the point though, people generally don't know about this, and it's been known for a long time. Why? Because of the space program and other things, because of very cold temperatures, and what they learned by um, um, submitting these metals and things. um, it's 3 minutes. Yeah, I got my hand ready. But freeze things microscopically break, things don't go back to the same after they unfreeze. No, they're actually better, Black Dragon. Um, nope, not the way they do this 300 below. I absolutely have to disagree, because after 5 years of testing and having made different kinds of tooling and of testing and literally having millions of pieces, you know, um, out of one piece of tooling where it would only last like maybe 250,000 pieces before it would wore down or broke or whatever. The pieces that we sent off and froze would last 1 million pieces without doing anything else to them. 1 million pieces, easy. And you say, well, that doesn't, and they didn't break, It it relieved the stress. They did a crap load of testing, and it was because of space travel and things out in space and cold and all that kind of stuff. But um, uh, now, if you freeze things incorrectly, it will absolutely shatter. but the way they bring it down slowly and do it and then reheat it back up, and if it's metal, they will actually bring it up to like 200 degrees and let it sit for an hour, but anyway, 100% unbroken all the time. I swear, I swear, I swear. And I mean, I might even still have, emails and things and stuff upstairs from the stuff that I kept to like prove, what we had done with these things. And even after I left Prestolite, one of the operators was still running some of this tooling, and we'd get together every once in a while, and he'd send me an email, and he'd go, that anvil that we put in and that stuff that we sent off and got froze. Yeah. He goes, well, I'm up to 1.5 million pieces and it's still running. He said, I put in a new tools, an A2 tool steel one. And he goes, it ran like, maybe 10,000 parts. And he said, I had to take it out because it was leaving a burr and making spark plug wires now. And you cannot leave a burr on a spark plug wire. When you're putting the boot on, it'll scratch them and they'll fail. And anyway, so, but he said, so I put the old one back in. And then a couple of months later, he said, I broke the 2 million mark on this tool. And by the last time I saw him, he still had it in the machine. And he had run over 3 million parts on this tool that usually broke after 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. And this thing ran almost 4 million parts. So, the right material and having the right process done to it, it's amazing. But that's how I kept my job for almost 8 years. So, but when you're in a, I didn't even, oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, that was a good one. But anyway, fire in the bowl. Absolutely. Cheers, everybody. So, with all the agreeing to disagreeing and the disagreeing to agree, yeah, say that 3 times in a row. Um, you all are spiritual beings, and you all seem to me, anyway, good-hearted people. And it seems to me that you want to do good and continue in any way possible. So, in that, we are the Soul Tribe, as you all have said, and you are automatically members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. And I support you. Okay. So, we can argue about your God, my God, no God, many gods. It doesn't matter. Are you a spiritual person? Do you believe in helping others? Do you believe in peace? Do you believe? Then we're good. Okay. That's it. My purpose here is to help people see that. Doesn't matter what religion, what faith, what color, where you come from. If you are spiritual in your heart, then we got it. You know, off the records. How about cryo chambers freezing people? You know, Walt Disney was one of the first to go in there. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, they was like, "Oh, well, they're going to freeze Uncle Walty." The voice of Goofy and Mickey Mouse. Well, yo there, Mickey. We gonna freeze the big guy. Maybe just a little guy, but anyway, uh, in my shameless Goofy voice. But this is the problem I have with it. That simply because of skin and less freezing ain't gonna do it. Um, because the biology of a human being is just gonna break down. And even on a uh, my point is that maybe for a short distance, but in the long haul, Metal is metal and doesn't degrade near like a human being with flesh and tissue and organs and veins and hearts and lung, So I don't know unless they have, if you were put in some kind of gooey solution, like you see some of these new, uh, or I will say newer types of ET sci-fi, you go into a chamber and there's a liquid or some kind of goo in there, right? I could see that, and it would make sense because um, there's so much liquid and so forth, so there would have, in my humble opinion, would have to be something more than freezing, would have to be something that would encase the body and nurture it while it was freezing, you know what I mean? um, Breaking cells of, yes, absolutely. Wait, y'all, we're going too fast. Hang on, let me go back. I'm just saying there's no way that they're going to bring back to life a dead body. No, but I think they would be soulless. They might bring the body back like a Frankenstein, but there wouldn't be nobody in there. I mean, where do you have to be downloaded or yeah, that yeah, downloaded into a machine. Yeah, now that the consciousness thing, uh they're one of these shows, I don't know, maybe it's a series, I'm not quite sure, but I've seen one or two of the shows, and it was the premise that I saw, and it's like, so we're gonna grow you a clone body made from your own DNA, and some other stuff we're gonna throw in, right? But that instead of fixing your body, we're just gonna transfer your consciousness into your new self. Now that's an interesting idea. I like that idea better than like freezing this body because yeah, okay. Can I have a choice? There was an old joke way back. Maybe I shouldn't tell it. It is kind of humorous though. Uh, but yeah, they've been doing so much stuff with the downloading of consciousness and stuff. I it kind of scares me in that they might actually be doing this shit, and like I don't know if I really want to go there. Something else. DNA to stop frost damage. Yep. Yep. So deep cold are out as is the reference for this engineering. Yeah, radiation too. Absolutely. When we talk about religious, everyone is edgy, but when we all speak science, we're all happy talk. I was fine with the other talk, but it might make everybody else edgy, Black Dragon. And I mean no disrespect, I don't. I will not. For example, Niles is Catholic, or it seems, and I mean no disrespect to Niles, but me and the Catholic Church, we got some issues. So I'm not going to beat up on Niles. I don't mean to beat up on Niles, but I have every right to what the Catholic Church did to me to beat the out of them. And Mother Mary gave me permission, by the way. So in fact, she told me I had to. But anyway, nothing wrong with the discussion. No. Unless the game's called Sorry. Moon's supposed to turn red in an hour and a half. Yeah, it's supposed to just start about now, Alex. Cooking and listening. Cryo chambers so like second womb budding people in a state of sleep. See, as far as the cryo, um, they had talked years ago about divers who went to like had to go like way, 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 way deep, like 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, not a couple of hundred, but the only way they could do it is if they inhaled this gel kind of stuff into their lungs, and that it provided oxygen to them at great depths and kept their lungs from collapsing. Now I can't remember who, how, or but anyway, but you had to. It was really difficult to swallow and get used to, and so forth. But here's the thing: I could see where something like that, and not necessarily frozen, um, because yeah, a gel, but because the body is normal temperature is 98-ish degrees, right? I was always a little warmer than that. I was always near about 99. I could probably spontaneous combust sometimes. I feel I'm so hot, but I don't have the fat for it. But I'm just with the years of just watching nature and my own body, I might add, as things change and bulge and wrinkle or don't wrinkle or whatever, a moisturizer. If you don't keep certain parts of your moisturize kind of thing, it's just gonna so freezing, I've been cold and your hands get cracked and broken. So what would be the fix to that? Some kind of nice cream and or a gel, a hair gel, right? But what if the body's normal temperature is around 98 degrees, then why should we freeze it? If you've got this gel with enzymes and stuff and you know, so is do you have to freeze it? Would the gel become the stasis, right? Versus the freezing. So how about that? Just went to look. It's not full any longer. Over moist, yeah. I was born dead and my normal body temp is 95. Yeah, well, I if you've seen one eclipse, you've seen them all. And I've seen quite a few. But yeah, I like sitting here chatting with y'all too. Your normal body temperature is 97. Black Dragon, I understand, but I'm saying that, with new types of technology and stuff, would freezing even need to be involved? Is kind of sort of what I mean. You don't know? The uh anyway, yeah, I burst into sweat. I've looked into that liquid air, and according to the scientific evidence, it isn't possible when we are in the womb. We are actually breathing through the. Yeah, I agree. Well, some of the you've seen some of these things where they, the movies where they got all these alien beings or whatever in all these capsules. Well, there's always a liquid in them. There's all these alien clones or whatever. They're all in some kind of liquid. They're not frozen. I'm just saying, sometimes they show us the science they're actually using. Oh, you know, okay. Clone tubes, yeah. But my point to that though, Black Dragon, is that I'm sure, yeah, you could freeze it, but they just probably have a whole different kind of prospect of doing it if they could do it at all. And it might be easier depending on who you are to have an avatar that, um someone who's born with, or with cerebral palsy or cerebral palsy, the cerebral palsy when I was growing up. Yeah, hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. All we are is just another brick in the wall. All together now. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. All we are is just another brick in the wall. Duggar's over there snoring. Yeah, in the basement of the old. They do. Yeah, I bet you. Yeah, look, I went to a legal doctor during the daylight and they tested on me right there in his office with new medications and flashy lights and gave me grand mal seizures. So they don't just experiment in basements. You okay? It's not just with some kind of, dark, seedy side of the. No, they do it in the freaking open. Okay. Just saying. I've had it done to me and other people too. So, there was no basement. There was, everything was in the daylight, but still did it to us, still harmed us, and still got away with it. Bastards. And there is a doctor still, if she's still alive in Thomasville, I think she was a little older than I am, or was, but uh, I'm kind of hoping that she goes to hell, at least for a while. I wanted her to visit a really nasty purgatory because of the things that she did to me, um, and the things that she did to other people that I talked to, in the emergency ward and at the hospital. I did a video about it way long time ago. I don't know if it's still up on my channel or not, but yeah, they're never tired of hiding it. Everything's always been in plain sight. Some of it, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's stuff in the shadows. Oh yeah, but I mean, some of these folks are like, but this is how we do it now. Well, this is the new drug. It's all the rage. Here, you take this. Yeah, but it makes me want to throw up though. Yeah, but then when you throw up, then just scoop it back up and then toss it back in and chase it down. And then take another one because you're not taking enough. That's about what they did to me. And that if I, quote, didn't follow the regulations, then they were going to put me back in the loony bin because I wasn't following doctor's orders. This is what I got to say to them folk, right? So sorry you had to see that, but that's the way it is. From another scientist, labs, or people doing stuff in the government. Yep, some of that too. I agree with it. But so, like I'm thinking of this particular drug that was supposed to help with my petite mal seizures, narcolepsy, and help straighten me out. And what it did was gave me grand mal seizures and took my away my ability to talk and walk and took away my balance. And but it was the new drug on the market through this licensed neurologist who thought he knew what was best for me because he was a doctor and his diploma hung on the wall. That's what he told me. And so it's like, I'm the doctor, you know, accused me of faking 3 grand mal seizures. And I'm a good actor, but after having grand mal seizures, I could have never acted those three grand mal seizures. Uh, Nowhere, no way. Because whatever you imagine a grand mal seizure feels like, uh, yeah, like life doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, back in the day, people experimented on, and then they got patients. Yep. Um, but so, I went to this guy to help me get rid of my seizures and straighten out my foggy brain, and he destroyed my brain in just like 3 months of seeing him. And there ain't a damn thing I can do because he's a licensed doctor. It's a legal drug, even though it was new. So they practiced on me. Oh, here's a new guy. Let's give him some, see what happens to him. And it almost killed me. But don't come back to my office now. We don't want to talk to you anymore because you failed the test, Dave. Uh, you know, I'm still kind of pissed about that, but but anyway, so the experimental thing, and not every doctor is a bad doctor, and not every medicine is a bad medicine. But there's stuff out there that, some of these folks, and I gotta say, I've got several doctor friends. I did theater with, and a lovely Jewish man, and I love him to death to this day. He's one of my favorite people to ever be on stage with and laugh and have a good time, and he's a good character from the Bronx, New York. Lovely wife, his lovely wife is a Catholic, by the way, and a nurse at the hospital. But anyway, you know, his point of view on certain things is just not even what some of the other doctors think. So is he right or wrong? I was in the loony bin and he came in and pulled me out of a meeting to give me a hug in front of all these people who were in the process of assessing whether or not I was sane enough to be let out of the loony bin when, Doc comes up and gives me a big old hug in front of everybody there. And like, what the hell are you doing in here? And I try, explained, this, that. And he goes, well, you go in there and tell them people, let you out of here. You ain't got no business in here. And I was like, well, you go in there and tell them that. And he just waved at all the doctors and nurses in there because he's a doctor. They know who he is. So when I got back into the meeting for them to assess my mental condition, you know him? And I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm hugging him in the middle of the hallway out here. Yeah. We've done theater together and all this time. Yeah, we've been friends for many years, and of course I know him. And so they were like, "Well, so what are you doing here?" And I said, "Well, you should ask the ER doctor over at the hospital, right? Who had decided that I needed to come here when that's not why I was there at the hospital. And they treated me wrong, and they got it wrong and sent me here. But here I am. He knows better, and they let me out about 2 hours later. It took that long for the paperwork. So yeah, I've been in a mental health hospital. I've been in with some really crazy people, and and they do their best for whatever they do to try to, you know, you can't be sane. Well, what do you mean? You mean the doctor that sent me here? That person is the crazy one to misunderstand me and send me into, a state mental hospital for 3 days for observation and whatever on her word alone after seeing me for like 20 minutes. Oh, yeah, because she's the medical doctor. Well, what about my rights? Well, you had to stay here 3 days because that's the law, because she said so. And now there are 12 people around this table to determine whether or not I'm sane enough to be let out of this crazy joint just to go back to being normal in my own little world again, please. And they practice on us all the time, right in front of everybody. Um, Hey, Terry, how are you? I'm on a list to be notified whenever they're doing those human trials. So if there's one that I qualify for, they let me know. Pay me a sleep trial. You're drug free, actually. Well, I'm kidding. Well, I just wouldn't admit that. I've been in lockup ward a few times at the VA hospital. Well, then you probably know a little bit about what I'm talking about, just about. Good. Feeling better in the Ozarks? Good, 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 good. Good, good. Life sucks. I told you it did. Sometimes life sucks, but uh, earlier today I was bitching because I had to cut firewood, but now that I've cut firewood and cut a couple of those trees down out there, it looks a whole lot nicer, and I got a stack of firewood. So, life was a bitch earlier today, but in looking out there at that pile of firewood for when it's going to get down to like 32 in a couple of days, it's going to feel really good in the house. So, and that day that it gets that cold, it's going to be a bitch, but I'm going to smile because I'm going to see that firewood pile. But anyway, need to wash all that crap out of their head. You can't just send people out in the real world like that. Well, having been in a mental hospital, there are some people that don't need to be on the street. And you could change your medication, but these people do not need to be on the street. Okay. They need to be under some kind of house protection or something. Now, the way they housed them where I was at, it's literally they had bunks in the corner, uh, fold out beds, so that the day room was where you slept. There was no bunk room area, whatever. Your bunk room by 8:30, everybody's bunk had to be up, and your bunk room then turned into the cafeteria. So you had breakfast and lunch and dinner, and there was no place. There were only benches. There weren't any chairs, and you couldn't pull the bed out during the daytime because that was against the rules. So you could lay on the floor, the hard, cold floor, but there was no pads or anything. And if I had been in there more than 3 days, I'd been going crazy too, and making some weird noises and banging on the door and let me out of this fucking place. And it'd have been a whole lot different. But the conditions that people are housed in, because we as a society don't know how to deal with them. Uh, you know, put a very large fence up, not necessarily with barbed wire, but and have a decent place for them to get sunshine and go outside. These people never got a chance to go outside. They never got a chance to see nature or touch a tree or smell. You know, last time the bed was a cement slab, the height of a twin side bed, and with yep, that there you go. Yeah, them bastards. Yep, make some clay pottery neat. Yep. Yeah, and and I have worked as a counselor for people, and then I got Baker acted in for 3 days by this insane doctor at the hospital, who wasn't even my doctor. She was the my original doctor who had treated me was about to let me out of the ER room when they had a bad accident, and there were several people came in with broken limbs, and seriously, He left, his shift was over. In the meantime, I'd been in there another 4 hours with nothing to eat. I've been pissing my pants because they wouldn't give me a urinal. I was thirsty. I was hungry. I hadn't had any meds for a lot of hours, and I was jonesing on some stuff. And then they decided to treat me like I was a mental patient, and then ended up sending me out to Southwestern. When I was about to be released, and then this second shift witch doctor took over. And before you know it, I'm strapped to a bed, which, by the way, I undid. Hey, Mary, how are you? This is the truth. They tied me down with straps and everything. And back in my younger days, I studied Houdini, and he's still, you know, an icon of mine. Houdini was like, he knew some shit. But and I worked with some other folks. I did some fake magic and some magic. I talked about that before at some point, I think. But way back when I was still in Tampa and still like 15, 16, 17 years old, we were doing escape artist kind of things. And without any like really special stuff, we were like literally learning how to get out of a straitjacket and stuff. So, but anyway, when they tied me down to the bed, both feet, both arms, uh, I didn't struggle much because I knew it was not going to work. They closed the door. And so I got my things on, and I'm like, this ain't going to last because I have issues with being tied down because of some thing that happened way early in my childhood. They're going to make me nuts if they're going to keep me tied down. I will be quiet if they will just bring me something to eat and drink, right? So as I got my arms, I felt down at the bottoms, and I was like, so they had just tied it to the bottom of the bed rail and I could reach it. So I untied my right arm, which is the easiest. I've got more dexterity, leaned over the side, untied my left arm, right, uncuffed myself, reached down and undid my feet. And when the nurse came in 5 minutes later, I was sitting at the edge of the bed holding the straps in my hands. And I said, "Do you really need to use these on me again?" And she went, "Doctor," you know. So I still love the look on their faces when I was sitting there with the cuffs and everything. I mean, like 5 minutes. It was really easy to get out of it. I was like, "Are you do you really need to tie me back down? I'll be good." But you see what good it did. I'll just get back out. But okay. So uh, it reminds me of a time we were in a nursing home during Christmas time singing Christmas carols, right? And somebody said, we hear this buzzer go off, and it's like, um, orderly, please report to room B17 or something like that. And we're in the halls and somebody comes rushing by and we hear this, ah, damn it, she got out again. And so here's this like 70-year-old woman. Apparently they had tied to the bed because she kept getting out and was like, while from one end of the nursing home to the other while we're singing carols, this 70 some odd year old woman back in the day had gotten out, was like a quarter mile away from the nursing home, and the police had picked her up. And by the time we got done singing carols, they were bringing the dear thing back into the nursing home. And I thought back then, man, actually, she's a spry old lady. If she could sneak out, untie herself, sneak out, and get down the road now. But at my age now, at 69 and an eighth, I can see where as they tried to tie me down to the bed, I could be that sneaky, and I might be down the road about that quick too. So, um, you know, I give these old people credit now that I'm an old person. You know what I mean? I just find it like, uh, you know, half the moon almost gone. I'm gonna have to go out and look. Yeah, I'm sitting here with y'all, but I really am gonna have to go out and take a look, and I really do want to see if I can get any pictures of it before or after, you know what I mean? It doesn't really matter, but grabbing my dragon blood incense. That wouldn't be bad to go out there and take my drum. Yeah. Okay. Well, then y'all gonna drive me to it. But it's 2 hours and 54 minutes. I'm sorry. It's 2 hours and 49 minutes, but it's 2:54 a.m. Oh, that's interesting. The time I've been on and the time it is. Wow. That's interesting. So, but anyway, and I just wanted to hang out with you and have this discussion about, you know, is God to, I've just asked this question in parting, is God really to blame for everything? Just it's not a discussion, but or is maybe just nature? It's these are just natural things that are happening. They're unusual. They may be out of context at times, but is every single act on everybody to everybody always an act of God? And does it mean that the world is crumbling and we're all going to die and this is the end of the world, period? I would speculate we are absolutely in a time of change. The veil is being lifted on so many ways. The revelation is happening on so many levels. So, in that respect, I think we are there. The discussions about the church, the House of Seven Hills, and all that. That's the Vatican, my friends. Um, and all, but it's here and there, and they didn't know about America back then. Just saying. But the Vatican fits a lot of the prophecies, and she is the church. And so, but anyway, so I think the veil is being lifted. Folks are seeing things for what they are. Their faith, their spirituality is being tested. And keep your spiritual faith, and don't rely on the church. Keep your own faith. That's what's important, because the church ain't going to save you, but your spirit and your goodness in you will. There you go. So, and I trust y'all. I do. I have faith in y'all that you will do your best, and we need to learn how to get along, and so we can have these discussions. Nothing upset me tonight. I just, you can disagree with me all you want, but at least we can have a conversation. You know, um, Here's the thing: I give you the right, and I honor you for your belief in God, whatever that is. Now, and this is a rhetorical question, not to anybody or any one of you here. But can you give that same respect back to whoever that might be? You say, well, I think you're crazy. Well, okay. I don't think you're crazy. You believe in your God and you have your faith. So I honor you for that. But there are many Christians who would not honor me by my belief, when my belief in Christ and the strength and of the Spirit is very strong, and maybe is strong or maybe stronger than theirs. But I'm not in this for a race. It's not a competition. But I have to be faithful to what I believe, and doing right for others and being there and doing the best we can. Um, and by doing so, that will do me well in the afterlife. You know, I'm not trying to play points ahead or whatever, because I would do good anyway. But the idea, though, that is that I don't want to be a bad person. I refuse to try to like lie or cheat. That just has never really been in my nature. That's why I could never be a good salesman. I could never beef something up and make a sale. Nah, it was horrible. Um, but so in this understanding, what these folks said tonight or last night about the if you saw the devil walking down the road, people would just say, "Oh well, he he has the right to be here just like everybody else." And in this universe, that's true. But we don't have to follow Lucifer or Satan or whoever. We don't have to. If we make that choice to follow them, but they can walk down the street all day long, don't care. So, in that other people's belief in a god or goddess, if their heart is true, if their mind is trying to be clear, if they're helpful to others and they live by, quote, the law of one of trying to do no harm and live in peace and harmony, then we should not dishonor anyone in their belief in their God. Like for every one of you who's had a conversation tonight about God, I honor you all in your beliefs. I will stand behind you and defend you for your belief in God, even though mine is different from yours. But I guess the question is, would you do the same for me? Or someone, I don't necessarily mean me in particular, but would you do the same for somebody else? Well, I honor you for you being an Episcopalian. Well, but I'm a Baptist. Okay. So, but a Baptist and an Episcopal can shake hands and they can agree and they can, well, I'm a Baptist and you're an Episcopalian. Well, but we can agree that our differences of opinion on God, but we're still trying to work for good and people, then see that works, right? So that's my point. Regardless of religion, regardless of God, regardless of that feeling, if a person is being faithful and honest and true as much as they can be, honestly, then it's okay with me and it should be good with the rest of us. We should not argue those minor points and like, well, you can't be my friend because you don't believe. Well, are you a good person? Yeah. Well, so my friend and I was talking about the doctor in Thomasville. Actually, he's in Cairo. But he's Jewish. His wife's Catholic, and I'm a non-denominational, right? But we were great friends. We talked about God and churches and things, and life and human being, so uh but he didn't try to convert me and I didn't try to talk him out of being Jewish, like here, have some pork, which was a joke a lot. But Here, have a ham sandwich with me, Doc. Come on, have some pastrami. you know. Anyway, but the idea though that we can respect each other's beliefs, especially if it's a good belief, and we should continue to learn how to honor each other in that versus find ways to argue about it. We need to continue to find ways to bridge the gap. Now, I will say this about El Popo. He's trying to get all these different religions together and shaking hands and everything. What's wrong with that is that he's trying to incorporate these other religions into the Catholic faith. I ain't Catholic, but I will stand up for the Catholics' rights in that what he's doing as the Pope is wrong for the Catholic Church. Absolutely dead wrong. I'm sorry. I don't like the guy. I don't like the Catholic Church. But I will stand up for those people who are Catholic, and I will say, that this man is trying to tear down your religion, and he's making it worse. And I will stand up and defend your right to be a Catholic in that. You know what I mean? So, but this idea that I'm all for standing up for each other's faith. You know, what better message can we do with that? So, I just mixed three strains of herbals together. Ultimate salad blunt. Oh my goodness gracious! It's 3:03 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. No, it's not. It's Eastern Standard Time. See, I went into a time warp right there. Yeah, I don't know about making me hungry, But here's my salad bowl, and I just want to do this again. So I know I'm repeating myself right here towards the end, but the universe is telling me I shouldn't cook. I made a pretty good deal the other night with some shrimp and some stuff, and then my neighbors brought me over some deer sausage. Oh my goodness, was it good? And I liked what I'd made the night before with, and I had just a little bit of leftover to kind of use as my roux. And so I sauteed in some onions and some mushrooms and that deer sausage and some. I said onion, didn't I? Oh, and garlic. We can't forget that garlic and a can of them diced tomatoes, and stirred them up really good with a good shake of some Worcestershire sauce. And man, it was good. And then I made me some smashed potatoes, fresh smashed potatoes. My goodness, it was good. My namesake Saint Chad first. Your solution through the beads out of first the jelly process. I don't have any on a slow cooker yet, but next week when it gets really down into the 30s and stuff, it'd be a really good time to put a stew on the stove back here. Um, I can cook a meal in 20 minutes. Is it as long as it takes to make some kind of pasta or boiled potatoes or something like that, which don't take but about 20 minutes, right? By the time the taters or the pasta's done, I've got the sauce or whatever else is going to go with it. I'm ready, So it doesn't take me long to make certain things. Now, I mean, if I was baking something in the oven or whatever, blah, blah, but no, I mean, as far as, and, I'm still alive, but my cooking hasn't killed me yet. No, I'm getting hungry. You from Scrim. My patron saint in church and all that growing up was Saint Francis of Assisi. You know, and I've talked about this before, and the fact that this Pope has taken his name, it is the biggest slap in the face. If folks just only knew what his picking of Saint Francis anyway. It's like the rudest thing you could ever do. Um, but they wanted to, he was a healer with herbs and stuff, and he brought animals into the church and blessed them, and the Pope at that time and them folks, they were not happy with him. But the people loved him, and he cured them with herbs and teas and spices and stuff, and then they wanted to burn him at the stake for being a witch. So, and then all the people got so pissed off at the church and standing up for St. Francis or for Francis that they well, maybe we, and then they turned around and wanted to name an order after him, much to his dismay, and said, no, don't do it. And they made an order after him while he was still alive, which was kind of sort of unheard of, especially when he didn't want it. So, but his affiliation with nature and animals and children and people, and I wanted to be like St. Francis. And in a lot of ways, I kind of sort of am. I mean, I don't hold a candle to him, don't get me wrong, but because I still don't know my herbs and stuff to heal people, but I do think that my purpose here has been to try to help people heal themselves in their spirituality and know that regardless of what church I may or may not belong to, I will still support you in your journey to find God or your peace. You know what I mean? So, and I'm cool with it, I'm absolutely cool with it. as far as if you don't agree with me. I just bring up another point of view. It's up to you to decide. You know, I'm not here to sell anything. I don't ask you to like and share. It's up to you. I got one more bit. I got one new subscriber last month. I got my YouTube analytics in. I was like, they were like, "Ooh, you got a new subscriber." This, and I'm not making light of that, but I was just like, "Wow, I got a new subscriber this month." Right? It's like 536 or something of y'all folks subscribe to my channel. And I just think that's just such a blessing on my end. And, and that somebody has decided to, to like still subscribe after all this craziness I talk about. So it's like, okie doke. And like Brian and I discussed, years ago, it was never about how many people belong to the channel. It was how many people got along on the channel. If y'all can have conversation and greet each other and all this other kind of stuff, and we are part of a team, we are part of the soul tribe, we are part of this, you know, the league of like-minded beings, where there is no dues, uh, there's no entrance fee, you know. There are minimum requirements, though. You got to believe in peace and harmony. That's kind of sort of where we are with that. But happy you went live streaming on this red moon. Thank you, Alex. Half dark here. Yeah, it's about time for me to go outside and check. It's you got 10 more minutes of my time, and then I'm going to go out and play with the camera for a few minutes, and I got to go tinkle tinkle. Tinkle, tinkle on the star. I just hope it's not too far. I could walk a crazy walk, and while I'm holding it, refuse to talk. Tinkle, tinkle on the star. I hope to God you're not too far. There's my song for the night. On three accounts. It's been way high clouds tonight up here with the moon coming up. Oh, by the way, it came up so far east, it was going on north. Seriously. I was like, what? It normally comes up, like this direction, and it was way over in the trees, like east northeast kind of thing. It wasn't just east. It really came up in an odd eastern east kind of thing. Further east that it was north. you know. East by northeast. Anyway. Uh but anyway, I hope things are treating you all as well as possible where you are. Uh, it's still very tolerable down here tonight, and I will make this promise that soon I'm going to do another card reading. But I've been, cutting firewood and cutting trees down and getting ready and all this other kind of stuff. So, um, and I don't know if I can make it to the 20 mark. So, talk amongst yourselves. Well, that was an accident waiting to happen. I could not wait. It's 3:15. I got 5 more minutes. That was almost a puddle on the floor. That's too much information, I know, but it was like, holy cow. You know, at my age, there are times when it's like, oh, I got this. And then, like 10 seconds later, you go, oh, hell no, I don't got this. you know, and it's like, tinkle, tinkle on my leg. you know, I hope it don't get worse. That's what I beg. Anyway, but life events are indeed unexpected. You need to embrace it. Yeah, there you go. Snuck away for a little bit. I just had to go enjoy the moon, and I had to go pee. It's absolutely yeah. I'm going to go outside in like 4 minutes. Uh, I'm going to stay here to do Prodigy earlier. She went and manifested the song Firestarter by Prodigy. I don't know. I'm the fire starter, twisted fire starter. Well, I'm not going to do a fire tonight, but it's going to be cold this weekend. And I've got some stuff I've been piling up that needs to get burnt. So, but there's going to be a fire, you can betcha. I can't wait. This time of year when it's there's a chill on the air, and a fire outside, it's okay in the summertime, but I don't know, with the chill in the air, it's just so much nicer in the winter for me. So, I'm looking forward to this weekend. It'd be me and Duggar. You're a fire starter as well. The Null family crest is supposed to be a porcupine, which I find intriguing. I don't know about the Lee crest of arm, but supposedly the Lee family has a crest coat of arms in the tower because the Lee family had come over from France to help King Arthur during the days of the Round Table. So anyway, we got 2 more minutes. My bed by a giant window. The moon tracks perfectly. Oh, that's cool. See, and I can't see it out any of my windows tonight. It is straight overhead. And so I literally have to go outside and clear the house to be able to see the sky enough. That which is interesting. And you can see it out a window? Cool. In the sky, Lord, in the sky. Where is the moon? It's in the sky. High above us, by and by. Foster has the chevron drinking. Yeah, this is my 20 mark early. She has she has an accident and melted something in her oven. She is safe and doing well, which is why we can joke now. Who did? Michelle? Is that why you're outside? Is letting the smoke out of the house? Um, who are you talking about? Who did it? I had to go pee, so I missed it. 1 more minute till I'm satisfied. How many of you have heard me talk about the fabulous furry freak brothers over the last year, um, it's better, uh, have, in times of, it's better to have weed in times of no money than to have money in times of no in times of no weed. Fabulous furry freak brothers, right? Guess what new cartoon thing is on Tubi? The fabulous furry freak brothers, and they got at least two issues or whatever. But you know, uh, I was like, now y'all have heard me talk about it, just kind of bringing it up here. But all of a sudden, as I started talking about it, a couple of months later, there's a program. Now, is that synchronicity? Now, I've thought about Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers several times, but in these last about 6 months or so, I've mentioned them several times in shows, right? About how I laughed about this and blah blah blah. And now there's a cartoon on Tubi, The Freak Brothers. So, but anyway, this is the night for the. Is that stars? Oh, I missed who was. Creator knows they shouldn't cook. I'm just catching up on ages. Oh, and I was thinking it was stars. What do I know? Well, God love you, honey. Yeah, you got baking soda, right? Uh, I have my next door neighbors, God bless them. I absolutely mean it. They've got me this deer hide, and I've been trying to find something big enough to soak it in. And they brought it to me, and I wasn't quite ready, but it's okay because it's still in the refrigerator and it'll still be okay. But I was reading where some of these folks are using lime and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, wait a minute. So I looked on this ancient site about tanning hides and getting rid of hair on the back of, talk about changing subjects here, right? But Mr. Barry and I were talking about earlier, a cosmic joke. Uh, but, I was reading about tanning hides and stuff. They say, well, back in the day, people used to pee in pails, pans, or whatever, and take it down to the local tannery because they used piss, and the pH of it was such that it would help take off help take the hide off of leather, whatever, cows, hogs, pigs, deer, goats, it didn't matter, right? And the brain tanning was after you got the hair and stuff off. So there were vats and ditches and stuff that they dug in the earth, and they would fill it full of different tannins like oak bark and things and stuff that would give the leather that color, right? And so, but that people would literally, so I was thinking to myself, I need to treat this hide with potash, which is, ashes from my stove, and then urine. I was like, well, I'll just go pee in a 5 gallon bucket every time I need to go, and then I'll stir it up and mash it up. And I was like, that just sounds really gross, but that's what they did for a long time because of that which is the uretic acid in your urine. So I was like, well, but okay. But anyway, I haven't found a big enough container yet. So I got to find a container tomorrow to put this deer hide in because I want to make at least one drum. But Barry, it's about 3/4 eclipse here. Why you? because we had to have somebody to pick on. Actually, I ain't gonna pick on you. I'm so glad you didn't burn your house down. You know, you know, thank you, creator, to the saints and angels, we got a code 9 at, at Michelle's house. Yeah, she tried to start a fire, and I don't know what she's cooking, but there's smoke coming out, and yeah, like to set the neighborhood on fire. That's all right, but we got it under control now. Yeah, it's all right. So we can pick on you a little bit there, Michelle. Have more than one of you actually had to be incarcerated by the loony bin folks and sent to I don't mean to be nosy, but, um, goodness gracious, should I be able to see it? And it's just because it's so, then I can't drive them crazy. It's fairly warm tonight down here, but it's going to be really chilly the next couple of nights, though. Yeah, Smoke, if you got them, it's a 320, what, 5, 6? Holy crap. I kind of smoked through it. I had to go pee. Ooh, that was enough for me. Dang, my beard's getting long again. I don't stand in front of a mirror much, and I go, yeah, it's okay, and off I go. But holy crap, I see it here. I'm like, man, it's starting to get fluffy again. It's only been about a month. That's about a, I don't cut it real short, but it's been about a month. I remember the last time about a month ago, Rob came in. He goes, "Did you cut your beard?" And I was like, "About a week ago." He goes, "Well, you just look different today," and now it's wished back out. He'll probably go, "When was the last time you cut your beard?" Anyway, all right. So here's my toast out of three after 3 hours and 22 minutes of hanging out with you. It's howling. Oh, that's crap. It's no shaves, no shaves. So November. Your legs or your face, or your pits. I'm sorry, it'd be when you said I grew my my mane. I thought you said oh my god. Okay, I'll say this because I'm a little high at the moment. Isby, and I was reading this without my glasses, and I thought it said I groom my mom all the time, Hawkeye. And I was gonna, you groom your mom? What? She's got a beard. And then I reread it and was like, I groom my mane all the time. So you groom your mom? And I was like, wait, oh no, that's Maine. Oh crap. So I'm having a good time. You groom your mom? What? She got. I was thinking of some some show, where this poor little kid had to shave his mom's back, and he was like, she was like, "Come on, Junior, it's time to shave Mama's back again." And oh God, and in the bathroom he'd go. Anyway, I just had, not that your ma has body hair like that, but just my brain got stoned and went in that direction. you know. There'll be I like to energy around here, but it doesn't get past it doesn't get past my love energy. Okay. No, but it's really far to the west, and it's cold outside. Yeah, and I'm fixing to go out. I want to check it out. It's 3:30 a.m. and it's 3 hours and 25 minutes. That's interesting. The clock and the time is kind of floating around. But see, I started at 5 minutes after 12 and almost on time. So the amount of hours and the time on the clock is almost the same. I got peach fuzz growing on her face. Yeah, well, at least she's not the bearded lady from the carnival. But you know, yeah, I'm gonna have to go up the hill because the moon will have set from here at the house over the oak tree. So for me to be able to see it, I'm gonna have to go up the hill a little ways out in the yard. But yeah, go check it out and see what it looks like. I'll carry my camera out there and try not to slip and fall. But it's a good thing though that I've waited till after because it was straight up overhead and me and the camera and the angle and everything and the tripod. I was like, I don't know, but if it's moved over to where now I can point the camera at it at an angle versus straight overhead, me and the camera are going to get along a lot easier. But anyway, listen, I'm glad I can get y'all to laugh and have a good time. I'm glad we can discuss things and still be friends at the end of it. I'm glad that we can still honor each other and that's because of y'all. You're the ones that are doing the interacting and the cooperating and all that stuff. And I'm just here to tell jokes and to hang out and there are times when I feel I swear to God, like George Carlin's sitting in the room with me, and we're having a discussion because back when I was a kid and growing up, George Carlin had this particular look at life, and I looked at stuff back in the day as an actor and comedian and a puppeteer and stuff. There's always been a sort of George Carlin ish type. Not trying to copy him or anything. Don't get me wrong, but he, I kind of feel like him sometimes with some of the stuff that comes out, publicly. Looking at the eclipse, I can't see. I'm supposed to be in my sky. 12:33. It's 3:30 here. 3:33 Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast in South Georgia, Southwest Georgia, just over the line from Tallahassee, Florida. And them, how about them Seminoles? They're losing their Twinkies off. And how about them dogs? Oh my God. Can they play some football or what? Uh, yeah, it's not that he influenced me a lot. It was more that my train of thought was along the same lines because I was like cracking jokes and getting my face slapped and knuckles ripped for cracking jokes about Catholics and priests and crusades back when I was in grade school and high school. I was always getting in trouble for making George Carlin kind of remarks. And then I saw George Carlin on TV kind of thing. And I was like, whoa, here's a guy that thinks like me. And there were people back in the day that accused me of trying to steal or that I was trying to mimic um, um, Mork and Mindy, Robin Williams. And I was like, I didn't even know who he was because where I live here, when he was on television, there were no ABC channels, and anywhere around here, we had a CBS and and public television and NBC once in a while. That was it. So while people were watching Mork and Mindy with Robin Williams and stuff, I had no clue who this guy was because we didn't get that channel. So it wasn't until way later, and people were, they were saying, you trying to act like Robin Williams, and I was like, who the fuck is he? Excuse my French, but who the fuck is he? Because I didn't know who he was. I'd never watched the program. I was living down here, very, you know, they wasn't much, you know. Now we've got radio and TV stations all around the place, and there's all kinds of stuff, and there's internet TV. But back in them days, man, I was lucky to get and a small black and white TV, no big screen, nothing like that. Please keep going as I air my abode out. It makes it more fun. Come on, let's do the smoke fire dance. Get the smoke up out the house. I don't need no incense for a long time now. There's a burnt smell in the kitchen, and it's gonna be there a while. Oh, shizzle. For shizzle, McGizzle, McGizzle. But wait till the range fires out, dear honey. We'll go out for Colonel Sanders chicken instead. It's better that the neighbors don't know we almost burned the house down. We're sleeping at the Motel 6 instead. All of my doors and windows are. Love the energy. It's a pleasure. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I get crazy like this, but uh, folks are like, you're trying to be like somebody else, and I'm like, no, sorry, this is just me. This is Dave. This is me. So when I'm doing my puppet shows, um, the only real complaint I got was I didn't have enough girl puppets in the in my entourage, right? And I was this lady was like pointing her finger, and you should have. And I said, ma'am, I have two falsettos. That's it. Unless you want these women characters to sound like a man, I only have two women's voices. I've got a really well, boys and girls, that I've got, I can talk like this and be like that, and oh, children, and then this is that little, I'm a little girl voice. That's about it, right? So, how many women characters do you think I could actually do? And she just went on and on, like, you should do more women. I'm like, okay. And I had this black woman come up, and she was like, honey, why don't you got any and the people of color in your puppets? And I looked at her and I said, honey, if I went somewhere with a puppet of character and acted just like this right now, I'd get shot. And she went, oh, Mr. Dave, you right. And we both laughed because I had just, I knew this lady and she had her hand on her hip, like, so that, well, some white ladies do it too, but she was doing that, just had that stance, And I looked at her and I did it right back to her. And I said, honey, if I did this in one of the puppets, I'd get shot. And she went, oh, I see what you mean. you know. I got plastic to burn. Whoa, yuck. Pee on the fire, it'll smell like, burnt piss smells, let me tell you. we as children used to go, "Hey, let's all pee on the campfire, put it out." Man, that stinks, you know. And don't cook hot dogs on the fire after that. You know what I'm saying? Or come on, let's all cook our weenies over the fire. Ah, oh, it's the full moon. Blame it on the full moon. Blame it on the full moon. Oh, no. Oh, please don't say it out loud. Oh, God, don't say that out loud. Oh, God, no. Please, Dave, don't say that out loud. It's really funny in my head, though. Are you putting crazy? Can't get crazy with your friends, right? Yeah, if we get together, I'd be showing you some real crazy. Of course, I ain't faking it now, but anyway, uh, I'm having a blast here. Good, 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 good. I'm smoking one with you. I really want to go out and look at the moon, but it's like, hanging out with you all is cool too. I've seen a bunch of eclipses over the years, honestly. Uh, but yeah, somebody will have pictures of it tomorrow. you know, it's like, yeah. And thank God I peed when I did. Otherwise, I'd have been done wet myself sitting here on the chair. So, uh, anyway, uh, but yeah, there was some kind of thing. I just got to weenie weenie Ipsolini, uh, bake it on the fire, something something. I can't remember what it was. Some kind of little saying when we were like Boy Scouts or Cub Scouts or some shit. And it was weenie weenie Ipsolini, and and of course, when we was kids, that's your wiener. It wasn't called anything else when we was little kids, right? It was your wiener. That was it. Take care of your wiener. It wasn't your pee, well, or maybe your pee pee, but your wiener for little boys, your pee pee. But and that was that. Now there's probably 30 names for the male genitalia, But anyway, so weenie weenie Ipsolini or whatever it was, and while we're have marshmallows on a stick, right? And when you're in Florida, you cut a palmetto frond off down near the base, and you slice up all the little, thorns along the sides, and you strip it down and take the end off, and it makes especially one of them really long palmetto uh, thingies. They make a really good single hot dog kind of thing, or two or three marshmallows, especially when they're green. But they'll sway and do this number, and we'd sing this little old ipsy leeny weeny weeny, burn it on the fire or something. Anyway, and we'd all just giggle and laugh. So, and have this little conversation in my head that was going through my head as well. This song. Uh, just cut the cheese. Good night, Isby. Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all go too, but how? Oh yeah, I know how toxic that stuff is. Holy crap! Yeah, uh, I have burned a lot of stuff in my fire piles over the years because I didn't want it to go in the local landfill kind of thing. And you get a little bit too close to the fire, or the wind shifts in your direction, and you get smoked out. There's plastics and metal, and you can taste it. This tanginess in the back of on your tongue, in the back of your mouth. Ooh, that's some nasty stuff. Yeah, um, that's why they say people die of smoke inhalation, because there's so much toxins when they're burning that will off gas. And it's okay when it ain't burning, but when you catch it on fire. So people who die of smoke inhalation, it ain't just the smoke, it's and the lack of oxygen. It's the toxins in the smoke that's burning too. So, by the way, so yeah, don't don't get a good lungful. Go out and cough it up. As I light this bowl and think about it, I can actually answer yes, I do. Had them. I was looking for salt and I ran to the other side of the salt was. Yeah, see, uh, there's always uh, a box of baking soda beside my stove because my coffee pot is right beside the stove, and I use a pinch of baking soda on the top of my coffee grounds when I make coffee. So it's just a little pinch, but it changes the pH and it will take the bitterness out of coffee. And I've had some people go, "Man, you make some of the best coffee. What do you do?" It's that little pinch. Plus, I use, uh, you know, Folgers coffee, but uh, just can't do Maxwell House. Just saying. Anyway, but just a little pinch of baking soda in the top of the coffee grounds when I put them in. And I probably use a little bit more than some people do for, a full pot of coffee. But I'll take 1 cup off the pot, which is actually 2 cups in this tall one. And then I will replace I will replace that first cup out of the pot with another cup of water and close the lid back down. And so it's actually made a pot plus 2 cups kind of thing. So, but it still tastes good, and I've been using rainwater for years. But um, yeah, dream time. That's interesting. I had one yesterday, I think, and while I was in the dream, and honest to God, the only part that I can remember of it so far is that I had woke up and was from something, and they said, "Well, we we've had to move everything out of the house for whatever reason." They said we've moved everything, but don't worry, it's safe. We got everything. And I was like, well, whatever it was, I wasn't concerned about the house or wherever I was at, but I was concerned about, they said, we got everything at your place, don't worry. And I was like, okay. And I was like, whatever had happened, I was like having a, I don't know if I was sick or whatever. Anyway, I started to like drift off and go to sleep. And I woke up and I sat straight up and I went, did you get my new harmonicas I just bought? And they were like, where were they? And I was like, where did I put them? Well, it was over by the wall, which is right over here, right? And I was like, so I went into this thing in my dream about, did you get my harmonicas? So then when I woke up, I was like, wait a minute, who moved all this stuff in my house? And I looked, got up because I had to go pee, and I could see, and I said, well, there are the harmonicas. So they must have got them. But it was so damn real. And I was really cool about the fact that whoever they were that got everything, for whatever reason, they got it for me to keep it, save it, or whatever. And I was very grateful. But I was like, but did y'all get my new harmonicas? And nobody answered me because, in the dream, it was like, well, where were they? And it was this. And I was like, oh, God. Oh, I guess I can get some new ones. But man, I had just gotten them harmonicas, and, but if they got everything else, and in my dream, was resolving all this. And then I woke up and I was like, wait a minute. But I was really there. I mean, wherever there was, I was really there. And the thing wherever there was, that I was referring to my harmonicas in this time zone, you know what I mean? I was like, That was a very weird experience. This It might have been today. It might have been. It was yesterday or today. It was, sometimes them dreams like, was it today or yesterday? That's because I'm stoned. But anyway, so been some really odd kind of, not necessarily in two places at once, but wherever that, my connection to wherever that was in the dream to the harmonicas. I'm still, that one's still kind of, a cow talked to me. She was pregnant. I have lots of remarks that I could make, but I won't. Well, I grew up some oyster mushrooms and some portobello this last month. Got a little. It's been fun now. Magic mushrooms, cool beans, Mary. These last like 15 years here down here in the southwest Georgia, we've been under a severe drought. And then this year we've had above normal rainfall. And there are mushrooms growing all over the place. I mean, down in the woods and back up here on the hill, and there are this and there that. And I've got a really good mushroom book. But there were several farms down here a couple of years ago that started some mushroom farms. I mean, like they were doing it big time and very popular. And from what I understand, they made a good chunk of change. So, well, I've ruined another lighter. But anyway, yeah, back in the day, I used to make my own wine too. I've still got two 5-gallon demijohns out there that have some blueberry, blackberry, not blueberry, sorry, black, what was, it could be plum. When my brother lived here years ago, and I was really into making wine, I called it hippie wine from the hippie that told me about how to make hippie wine. Really simple. It's just sugar and yeast and water, and fruit, of course, but was trying to get a sure enough plum, that deep sort of Mogan David kind of, dark color in the wine. And so I was trying different fruits and things. And I got this tip from somebody, and they said, if you want a good um, purple color kind of wine, use um, pitted plums. What do they call them when the old people eat them to, keep their. Anyway, I was trying to remember the name, but um, you, I'd get a couple of cans of canned, sure enough, plums, and then dried. Help me out. I haven't tried. Thank you, Barry. Prunes. Thank you. That's the one. Prunes, 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 prunes. You want a good wine? Make them out of prunes. Honest to goodness gracious me, you'll get this beautiful color. Now, you got to mix it with a can or two of honest to God plums, but prunes are nothing but plums. But the color and the taste and oh my God. And it's an easy fruit you can get, right? Another one bites the dust. Stay safe. You too, Steve. Cosmic hugs. But anyway, for those of you who want to, do home wine, I've got some out there in the shed that has turned to vinegar, I'm sure. But here's the thing, it's a wine vinegar. It's not like just vinegar, like, but it's vinegar, period, for cooking or red wine vinegar or whatever. And as long as it's vinegar, it's stable in its condition, you know what I mean? So, but anyway, I got like 8 gallons of it. Blackberry moonshine. Yeah. We didn't have enough blackberries this year to literally throw a stick at. They started out good and just did not come in. Prune juice is a warrior's drink, according to Worf. Well, but besides that, I've got prunes in the refrigerator on the door, and whether you take them for regularity or whatever, I don't have that issue. Knock on wood. But as far as if you're down on the river or you're out somewhere, it's a dried fruit, and if you get hot and thirsty or whatever, you pop one of them puppies in your mouth, and it'll help you out. Let me tell you. Toilet warrior. We have apple pie shine here. But and here's the thing: when I made it, when I made the plum wine out of the prunes, it didn't taste like prunes. It tasted like plum wine. So, which me and my brother both were kind of surprised at, because we were like, "We hope this don't taste like prune juice, right?" It did not. Now, somebody suggested, why don't you use prune juice to make a wine? And I was like, nah, now you're talking concentrate. The actual prunes themselves and the flesh of it, and you mush it and knead it, But if you're just going to pour straight juice in there to make a wine, I'm not so sure about that. But I never tried it. I never tried prune juice to make wine with, but plum wine. Now, like I said, I know. Now this is for a 5 gallon bucket, okay, and it was a pretty good size um, plum. Plums in a can with juice and all, right. So at least two or three of them, I think, because of the size of the can. And we really wanted it to taste fruity, right? So we put the plums in there, seeds and all, and squished them up good. And then two or three packets, two, I think at least, of the prunes. They sell them. I don't know how many, so many ounces in a plastic bag, and two of those in 5 gallon bucket, um, with clean water in it, and 5 pounds of sugar, and a package of Fleischmann's yeast, and stir it up. And you work it every day. You go out there and stir it up a time or two. Now, if it's cold outside, it's going to take longer to cook off. If you want a really sweet wine, you add another 2 pounds of sugar. 5 pounds is a medium. If you want it really dry, you only put in 4 pounds of sugar. But then the yeast won't work quite as good either. But it's a simple hippie wine. But here's the thing, though: you gotta follow the simple rules. When that yeast quits cooking, that's when you pull that wine. And what I mean by pull it is you drain it, strain it, an old clean t-shirt or something like that, or some um, cheesecloth or something like that, and you strain all the fruit out of it, and then you pour it into whatever demijohn you got with one of them little floaters in it, that won't let air in, but it'll let the bubbles out, and you don't touch it till it quits bubbling. And I'm here to tell you, it'll make some easy, cheap, drinkable wine. I mean, I've probably made 50 gallons over the years. I used to give it away as Christmas presents. In fact, I found a tub of gallon jugs that were I saved to put wine in. So actually, hmm, I got all that vinegar. I guess that's what those jugs are for. I need to clean them out and put all that vinegar in, rather than just pour it on the ground, right? Yeah, because I got damn near 10 gallons of it. I hate that. The reason I haven't poured it on the ground now is because it's still corked and everything, but it ain't wine no more. But it's got a really good flavor as a vinegar. So, but anyway, and vinegar comes in handy for all kinds of things. Uh, they say DMT is all around us. P-trap bubbler. Yeah, that's what it is. Right, Travis. But yeah, making your own, and now there are different ways that you can cook it, and you can get more alcohol base and all that. But if you want just sure enough of good drinking water, now you can add a little more yeast that is supposed to help bring the alcohol, but the sugar is the alcohol. The flavor or juice, whichever is in the fruit, that's the flavor of the alcohol. Okay, so you in cooking it together. So there was somebody that used, like, I don't know, 10 pounds of sugar. That shit was sweet, but because of all the sugar and 2 packages of yeast in this 5 gallon bucket, which when you get done straining it all out, it ain't but about 2.5, 3 gallons. So you don't really actually get five when you're done with the process. So, but man, that stuff, whoo, you could just about light it and it would catch on fire. That's how good it was. But fruity and tastes good. Oh, yum, 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 yum. But when I was in jail, we made a simple jailhouse. We called it Buck. They may still do. But one of the best wines that I made was out of fruit cocktail, and we had one of them number 10 cans, and I poured half of the fruit cocktail out. What we did was, when we had fruit cocktail, we just would leave a little bit in the bottom of the can, and a little bit in the bottom of the next can, and a little bit at the bottom of the next can, and saved up about yay much in the can. So we got the yeast and filled it up with water and added some more sugar to it. Oh my God, that make that there it's a fruity wine, but you don't know what kind. But it's like a pear wine, but it ain't. And if the fruit cocktail's got a few extra cherries in it, there's this sort of cherry flavor in it. But man, it makes a really good wine. It really does. So you want to make some good wine, cheap toilet. Oh, I thought it said toilet water. Oh, but anyway, so my friends, it is. Oh my God, we're coming up on 420 for real. Oh crap! All right, I will stay with you till 420, simply because I already am. But and it's only like you know a few minutes away, 10 minutes. But There are some people in this world, that will go out and spend a lot of money on wine. And back when I was on probation from getting caught with, marijuana by them guys in the helicopters, uh, I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't buy anything. I was on probation. So nothing said. Oh, and I was on food stamps. So, couldn't buy liquor, couldn't buy beer. Back then I was drinking. So, but I could buy fruit, I could buy sugar, and I could buy yeast. And that right there, I had water and 5-gallon buckets. So the rest was up to me. So after getting the demijohns and everything, and I just bought one a month until I had four of them, and um, just started, once a month. It takes about 30 days, for it to cook off just right. So every 30 days, I was pouring off wine and brewing a new batch for the next week, for the next month. So, we was going through 5 gallons of wine every month, easy, because the way I was doing it. And I started catching up to where when I got four demijohns, I could do two 5-gallon bunches at one time. So I was doing 10 gallons instead of five every 30 days kind of thing. So we had plenty of wine. I had wine stored under the bus. I had it under, in the refrigerator. There, we had wine everywhere. And it was good wine. People said, well, that homemade wine. And every day they go, you made this? Yep. Honest? You made this? Yep. Every time I gave wine to somebody that I made pear wine with homemade pears from a tree here in the yard, which hasn't made pears in a while, but um, people was like, man, my brother was like, when there was pear wine that he had someplace in the Mediterranean when he was in the Navy, and he came back and was here, and he goes, David, he said, your pear wine is every bit as good as the good best pear wine they had somewhere in the Mediterranean. So we were happy. My brother said my wine was as good as that in the Mediterranean. I'm good with that. You know what I mean? So and we were the only two drinking it, so it wasn't like we was competition. But yeah, but I mean, we shared it with other people. I was all the time giving a fifth to somebody, or they'd come out on the weekend or whatever. And some folks back then, you couldn't buy any kind of alcohol on on Sundays, so they had to drive to Florida. And sometimes they were too hungover to drive to Florida, so they'd ride out here to the country and get a bottle of wine for me. So we'd trade it out. What'd you do? Try to make some hooch? I missed the oven instructions. Orange sugar, water, and kitchen yeast or bread if you can't get yeast. Yeah, bread really don't work. Oh, you corked it off and it broke, hey? Yeah, it'll do that. Well, I have glass demijohns, but you got to have that bubbler at the top. Yeah. Apple cider is really easy to make cider just by letting it go, by the way. But to the point, I tried that thing with bread and the yeast thing. If you don't have this or that, now you better get yourself some yeast. Even bad yeast is better than bread. Have tried it. Oh my God. You'd have to use a whole loaf to get enough yeast. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, it will ferment on its own, The yeast just helps it along. Okay, it these fruits and sugar and stuff will ferment on their own. You stir them up and you keep them kind of agitated. And it's in the summertime, you keep something over to keep the bugs out. But I've noticed that the bugs kind of add sort of another kind of taste to the wine. It's alcohol, by the way. And the bugs are dead. So, what's a little bug feces in your wine? You'll be too drunk to notice it anyway. Uh, oh my God. Here I go. Too much again. Is it 4:20 yet? Nope. We got a few more minutes. Okay. Um, yeah, screw on the cap. That's not good. But here's the trick with any wine that you make at home. It's of course it's similar with brewing beer. When it's ready, it's ready. Okay, so if you have put your stuff in your bucket and it's been there a week and you're stirring it and it's been normal kind of temperature, not too hot, not too cold, somewhere in the middle, and you're stirring up the bucket, and you got to reach in there all the way down with your arm. You get, if there's sugar or whatever on the bottom, you got to stir it up. You can't just use a paddle or whatever and go, hey, it's okay. Nah, you got to get in there. And then if you pull your arm out, you can smell, especially that was one of the ways I could tell, like, how's the wine's doing, And like, well, slice off the any fruit that might have stuck to my arm or whatever, and stir it up a little bit more. And but you can taste it, you can smell it, but if you let it go an hour too long. Now it's not so critical that an hour will hurt you, but when it starts bubbling, and no matter how stir it up or whatever, it's not really bubbling too much. Then you need to go ahead and squeeze it, pour it off, and get it in that demijohn as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will turn to vinegar, and there won't be nothing. It might be really good vinegar, but it'll be vinegar. And because you can't get the amount of alcohol that you will get out of the fruit in that length of time. So if you say, well, 7 to 10 days, 10 days like really too long. But if you say, well, 10 days, what's another day? That's it. That another day will make it. It won't be drinkable. You're better off to pull it early than you are to pull it anytime too late, as far as straining it and putting it in the demijohn. But anyway, Scratch, what's happening? Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining, keep on shining, shining down on me. Whoa, blue moon of Kentucky. Yeah, it is the red moon, ain't it? Sorry. I was supposed to go outside and then I got stoned. Oh, we got 2 more minutes. Oh, and I was thinking of something else. Shining your got everything. Everything's gonna be all right. Ain't got no worries. Gonna ain't got no hurries at all. Anyway, oh black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi moon. Won't you keep on shining on the old black water? Keep on rolling, Mississippi moon. Won't you keep on shining on me? Shining on about everything. Gonna make everything all right. 'Cause I ain't got no worries and I ain't in no hurries. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Scratch? Or are you talking about the other David? Oh, black water, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? I wonder if they moved my not DMT. I've had so many mushrooms and acid in my lifetime, and peyote, uh, mescaline, but no DMT. My brain was already shot by the time DMT started rolling around. But from what I understand, it's very similar to what I've already had. You know what I mean? Maybe not the same. Like LSD is a hallucinogen, and so are magic mushrooms. I've had some really cool, some really clean acid, um, and then you don't know because somebody else has got it. But for every time that I've had mushrooms, now I've had one tiny little button of a mushroom this big around put me on a trip for almost 2 days. And then I've had some that were this big around, same kind of mushroom, that you ate the whole thing and got a nice buzz, but uh, you weren't up for 2 days. So, uh, you know, but not the DMT. No, maybe intended. Great. She pointed you here. Well, you pointed your finger all the time, Michelle. I done blew up a ladder. Well, I'm just navy blue and send you on a. Yeah. I know that there are magic mushrooms of different types from different places. Maybe so. I have. Well, if y'all know me now, I'm kind of sober from what I used to be. I've gotten a little older and not quite as jumpy, but I wished it all to all that were manifesting for the higher good of the universe. Yep, I'm always. Yeah. Well, our for me, these gatherings together are like we're collectively sending our good juice to the universe. Because as y'all will hear me, I'm always trying to send that prayer to the universe, right? And keep our connection to the spirit and try not to be too preachy, but sometimes I get too preachy, I I guess. There are many times I'm like, do you remember saying that last night? I think I did. Did I mention that? Oh, some bitch, I talked about all kinds of shit. 3 minutes. I'm loaded. I'm loaded for bear. Oh, that's what I was going to say for those folks who keep up with some of my quote personal stuff. I had ordered a break barrel 22 caliber online. Mr. Barry and I had talked about it a week, 10 days ago, and a week ago. And had mentioned that I'd bought this other gun. I think I even showed it off, and so I bought this other one because I really like the break barrel action, right? So I order it and everything, and I don't know, Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, I get this package, and or maybe it was Friday of last week, but anyway, I got the pellets in, right? And I was like, whoa, groovy, pellets. Where's the gun? Well, they had said that I'd get it by Wednesday of this week, so I was like, okay, it'll come later. So I'm waiting on it, waiting on it, waiting on it, waiting on it, and realized that, oh my goodness, it ain't here. It's Thursday. Now the Good Morning Friday is that lasts for 12 to 17 minutes. Oh, DMT? Oh my God, that almost sounds like um Well, we called them poppers. What's the other? Oh, Barry, you and I were talking about it back a little bit ago. Uh, no, it wasn't Molly. It was you huffed it. Um, amyl nitrate. Amyl nitrate. Now, I did a shitload of amyl nitrate, okay? So I know what I've done a shitload of laughing gas. That'll kill you, okay? But DMT, no, nitrous, no, but amyl nitrate. And from it sounds like that DMT is whip it good. Back in the 60s, they were called poppers. Whippet is oh, it's the nitrous in the bottom of the cans. Yeah, I know guys that used to. So Scratch, you did some of that too, huh? Yeah. Here's the thing, though, and I don't talk about sex much, but if you've got a willing partner and y'all do anal together while you're doing the hopefully a good deed, if the two of you are like-minded folks, anal, way. Just saying. I'm gonna leave your imagination to that, but oh my God. Somebody said, well, how could something like that really make, sex that much better? And then you go, well, try this. And they go, oh, holy shit. Oh my God. I'm like, I told you, it's different for everybody, but it's always good. So anyway, we used to soak our, yeah, what, amyl or something else? Whippets. Oh, making sausage and onion gravy. Ooh, wee. I had similar tonight, Pearl. I had sausage, but made differently. Um, in the poppers, yep. Well, we used to get it somehow. There was in these little bottles, and you just took the cap off and hit it, and put the cap back on. Oh, you didn't know about the nutmeg? Oh, you want a trip? Oh, yeah. And I think everybody should try it at least once. Honest to God, nutmeg. Honest to God, nutmeg. Okay, one good tablespoonful. Don't overdo it in a hot beverage because the hot beverage will help to circulate it and all that. It's going to taste kind of weird. Chug it down, sip it down, however you do it, but drink it all. And don't plan on doing anything for a while and or the next day because you'll be hungover to the point where you're going to, I'm not sure. Well, I think I'm okay. Well, it can have a nasty hangover. It'll be fun, but you're not going to want to have to go like pull an engine out of a car or nothing. You ain't going to want to do that. I went camping one night. I had the I knocked open a can, opened the ball. You were inhaling what? You were inhaling nutmeg? Oh, amyl. Oh crap. Oh, It's a good thing you woke up way, way, way back in the day. Had a friend of mine that worked at Emory Hospital up in Atlanta. And I'd went up to see him, me and the wife and kid and everything. We'd went up there and he told me, he goes, you know what a blue, one of those blue canisters are. And I was thinking, oxygen. Well, oxygen's green bottle. So on the way up to Atlanta, I'm driving, he's got a blue bottle of some fun, he said, right? So he asked me when I called him when I got to his house, what would I need? And I said, well, we need a mask and a tube and a this and a that, and you got some tape. And so we rigged this rebreather onto this tank of laughing gas, the big cylinder tank, the big one, like this almost 5 foot tall. He had it sitting in the living room when I got there. And he was like, so that weekend we did laughing gas. Oh my God. If they've ever done it, you'll get to the point where your ears start going, there's this noise, and everybody agrees that I've talked to about it that's done it like, wow, your head starts going wong, 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 and it makes this noise. Ying, 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 wong, 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 and you just like, holy shit. And the next is like passing out and dying. That's the next stage. I found out later but we were passing this thing around, and just, when you get to the wong, 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 wong stage, you knew you'd had enough and tried to. There were a couple of times where we would like reach over to the person next to us and go, is your head wonging yet? And you'd snatch the mask off of them. Oh, holy crap. you know, so close to dying sometimes with some of the stuff we did. Like the time we did some Green Barrels acid, and we were in like North Tampa out around Barris Avenue. And me and my friend about 2 o'clock in the morning was like, man, we just had done a hit of acid earlier that evening. We were wound up, wanted to do something. I got like this 64 Valiant. And for all things, let's go to Sarasota. Like, where else could, here's really two really badly stoned hippies and on acid driving to Sarasota, Florida, which back in them days, it was like, there were like three traffic lights. Sarasota was like this little sleep. Now it's this big bustling, blah, blah, blah. But oh my God. So we get to this little place down there on 301 in Sarasota and stop for hot chocolate, right? And walk into this little awful house and everybody's watching us. And I thought it was just imaginary, but it must have been the way we were talking or acting or something. Our eyes were like this, like we walk in. And I said, we're going to have some hot chocolate. You want some hot chocolate? Yeah, don't tell us about hot chocolate. Yeah, okay. So, and two hippies, uh, I don't know, about 1971 ish kind of thing. And we are like blasted out of our brains. And so I say, I got to go to the toilet, right? So while I'm gone, I come back out and I see, I see brother, you know, Raymond, who has got his little bottle of pills out, which was, these, they were called green barrels. They were green and looked like a little barrel. Okay. And it was acid. Oh my God. So he went like this with his hand, and I saw my cup of hot chocolate go clink. And as I was coming up to the table, I saw him drop one into his chocolate, and it went plink. And he goes, "So this ought to be a good trip home, huh?" And I was like, "Sure." I was so messed up. Oh my God. Oh my God. There was the time at jams in Atlanta in the summer, sitting up at Piedmont Park while the folks are jamming. We were up by the tennis courts, sitting up on the hill. Everybody was smoking weed, and I'm sitting up with my buddy Gordon, and this guy, hits me with his elbow. There's this great big old joint, like it passes it over, and I said, "There's a cop right down there," and he goes, "What's he going to do? Arrest us all?" And there was quite a few of us in the park. Now this was like 1971 or two, maybe 72. So we're smoking up there, and we got weed, and so weed goes this way and weed comes back across this way. And then somebody says, anybody wants some mescaline? I got some peyote here, man. Well, how much? Well, I don't know. What you got? I don't know. We looked at each other like, we got $5. Okay, I'll give you two of them for $5, man. I was like, okay. We're like stoned as hell and was on something else anyway. So he gives us these tablets, right? Gordon and I both take it, and this brown, and it's like kind of crumbles. And hope you like it, man. Holy shit! 20 minutes later, I was like, "This is peyote," and he was like, "It's really sweet, man, ain't it?" We just sat there up there on the hill smoking weed, watching the concert. Oh man, we slept in the park somewhere that night. It was all what a strange trip it was. Pure amphetamine for a while. Having a girlfriend that was a yeah, I understand. I got busted with 98%. This is what the cop said, and we knew it was good, but we didn't know how good it was. I got busted with 98% pure MDA, methyl deoxyamphetamine. Oh my God, the cleanest stuff I ever put up my nose and put a monkey on me. That's what I got busted with in Tampa. Thank God I didn't have a lot, but they were going to put me in jail for 20 years for the amount that I had because nobody had been arrested in Hillsborough County with methyl deoxyamphetamine, even though it was like it wasn't even an 8 ball. And, but they were going to put me under the jail for that shit. Um, but it was good. It was actually, as bad as I hate getting busted, if I hadn't gotten busted, I was so hooked on that drug. And I mean, we were cutting it by four and people were still ODing on it. We were doing it straight and being smack ass Jap crazy. You know what I mean? And so after having or been through that ordeal, I was really glad that we didn't continue in that vein because it would have that amphetamine would have got me. I got a lot of stuff done, but to the point though, that stuff was like, oh man, oh man, it was like, I'm, I'm. It may sound like I'm bragging, but only in that I'm telling you the truth. It was really, really, really that good. It was pharmaceutical. We had gotten in touch with this connection between Georgia and Florida, some truckers and some um, truck stops, and these guys had cops paid. I mean, they were seriously dealing. I mean, when we went to get this ounce of MDA, he had 2 bags of cocaine and a bag of weed, 2 bags of MDA, and in a briefcase. And dumped it out on top of a dresser table. Was chopping it up with a credit card. and snorting with a $100 bill. And that's the way this guy rolled. But the fact that it really was that honest to God good back then, man. I talk about it because it was really enjoyable. It was too good, and where I was headed would have it was like death, and destruction. And a monkey on my back at that. So being in jail and not having that, and having the addiction, and I went cold turkey. Atlanta's the hub now. Yeah, there are a lot of folks around here. Uh, Let me just say there's some brothers that know some brothers in Atlanta, and they'll come back up down for whatever they're doing, and they'll have some really good smoke, you know. Well, me and my boy, me and my partner, up Atlanta, or Decatur, or wherever it is, Jonesboro, yeah, okay. And they be doing some trading with some weed now. Now I have no idea what they do or what that's but I know there's a lot of trading going on with South Georgia and Atlanta, and there has been for quite a few years now. So, and whoever is connected in Atlanta is getting it out of California, kind of thing. I don't know how they're doing it, but there are folks who are trucking it and packing it and shipping it, and there's some big time business. But you talk about going through Atlanta, oh yeah, yep. And that's all I want to know about it. You know what I'm saying? Don't care, but I've heard stories and people who do and have had it. Been a couple of years, but some friends that I knew, they were like, "Well, I got to go to Atlanta and got to go pick up me a package." Okay. See, when I get back, I'll call you. Okay. That's all I don't that I didn't even really want to know that, you know what I mean? Nope. That's too much information for me, but okay. But a lot of other folks who, "Oh yeah, my buddy up in Atlanta, he knows a guy in Atlanta." And it used to be back in the day, I was going down to Gainesville and picking up Gainesville green. The deal was we had to get 3 pounds at the time, and it was $90 a pound. And they were growing it out around the college, and it was some of the best sensimelia weed you ever wanted to smoke in your life. And around Tallahassee, they had Tallahassee two toke, but we had a connection through Gainesville down in Florida, and it's just a couple of hours ride down there from here. And we'd go down and make a trade and come back in the same evening, and with 3 pounds of weed, at a really good price. And folks up here was like proud to get it. But, I had run into some folks that around here that we kind of sort of join. Because there were four people who all needed an ounce of weed. My buddy, me, him, and them. That was a quarter pound. So if we could make a deal for the four of us to go in on some, that's what we did. For a long time. So if this guy knew of somebody that had some, we'd all say, okay, how much? Well, back then, $50 investment could get you, a decent amount of weed. So it's like, okay, so 50 you me, so that's $200. We're picking up a pound of weed and splitting it up. Okay. So sometimes it was a good deal, sometimes it was a bad deal, but sometimes it was the only deal. But oh my God, if I ever tried to figure out how many miles and how many pounds and how many ounces, of people in our little consortium. And well, you ride down this weekend. Okay, same place. Yeah, here's the money. You go this time. Okay, next weekend, Joe would go. Oh my God. But there'd be four or five or six of us buying in, and then splitting it back up. So, um, oh my God, I'm sitting here and like, remember the time I did it? Yeah. Remember that time I did it? Yeah. Remember the time I did it? Yeah. Oh, holy shit. I have, oh my God, I have moved a lot of marijuana over the years just between friends now. I mean, not as a dealer. I mean, we just, I'd buy a quarter pound just for me because I never knew when the next time it was going to be where we'd get weed. So I'd buy it and just sit on it. And somebody say, "You mean you bought a quarter pound? Who are you going to sell it to?" Nobody. Well, what do you got it for? Because I'd rather have weed in times of no money than money in times of no weed. Going back to the fabulous Furry Free Brothers, right? So I've always invested in weed. I'm only I'm only young and stupid one time in my life. No, I wouldn't recommend it either. No, I really wouldn't. It's like people have asked me, like, look, I spent time in jail. I spent time on probation. I've been chained to people who were, three-time murderers, first degree murder, and was willing to kill me, I've had, knives stuck at me, thank God not in me. Uh, you know, I know folks have had a lot worse than me, but you know, I've had enough. I've been beat up enough. I'm good. But I've also played the system and I played it by their game and learned a lot. Came out ahead, you know. So and all that good stuff. So, you know, I learned how to play politics with the big boys down in Florida. And I kind of sort of played a little bit when they busted me with the helicopters in my backyard, but that was more of an embarrassment to the governor that they only got an ounce of weed for about, having a, a $500,000, Huey out there with a pilot and a sharpshooter hovering over my head in the woods. And it's got to, if I look back now, it has to be comical, but I swear to God, I know what the Viet Cong felt like. Here's this Huey over my head with a guy with a high powered rifle, with on a loudspeaker going, "Don't move or I'll shoot," and I'm going, "Holy shit," what am I up to now, and these GBI agents come crashing through the woods and plant me face down in a Georgia fire ant bed, we both got ants crawling all over us, and he's telling me to hold still. And I'm like trying to just get away from the ants. It was funny. Yeah, it was funny. But, with all of my name plastered all over the Georgia radio and on some other news, that I got away with probation and a fine because it was such an embarrassment to the governor. He did not want any publicity. you know, you only got an ounce of weed. You used a fucking helicopter. They said it was an interesting conversation with the GBI agent and the and the governor when they got together with it. But yeah, I was a little too free thinking. I remember one time, I don't know what it was. A friend of mine, he drove out here and it was like in the middle of the night. And he goes, "Let's go to Tallahassee." And I wasn't doing anything, and I said, "Okay." I don't know. This was like 10 o'clock at night or something. Which back then, Tallahassee wasn't much of a swinging place. Let me tell you. We got into some shit down there in Tallahassee. Lord God Almighty, the fact that I made it out of there alive. We got in with this guy who had like this ounce of cocaine, who had his buddy had wrecked a car over in one of the overpasses down there off of Tennessee Street, and it was like dangling off. I mean, and he needed to ride, and we stopped and picked him up, and then he's got all this cocaine on him, and the cops are looking for him, and holy shit! All over Tallahassee we go. And we just wanted down there to like get a beer and see what was going on because we were bored. And we get involved in this shit. Oh my God. you know, that was a trip. That was a trip. that was a trip. It was some really good cocaine. He goes, look, I'll give you like X amount if you take me to this place because I got to get a vehicle, I got to do a thing. And I was like, you're gonna give me free cocaine if I drive you there? Yeah, okay. Off we went. I ended up with a baggie about that full of coke by the time it was done. But anyway, we would smoke on those train signals over the tracks. Have y'all ever tried this one? Uh, Tampa International Airport, way back in the day, when we were first tripping and stuff. Folks were like, "Hey, man, have you done this? Have you done the runway yet?" And we were like, "What's the runway?" And they'd look at each other and go, "Oh man, you haven't done the runway yet? No. Oh man, you got to do the runway." Like, okay. So the runway was to go all the way to the end of the runway, right? Wherever the planes were coming in, usually coming in versus taking off. But the lights would be flashing, the strobe lights would be flashing for the airplanes to come in. And when they did, you'd be laying in the grass down there, and this big jumbo jet, just land just a few yards in front of you down the runway, and the jets and the roar and the lights. And so, imagine you're tripping your off. And, come on, man, let's go do the runway. What's that? Jet lands. It's like it's hard for you to move. It's like, what was that? And then another one comes in. Now, Tampa International back then wasn't that busy. So the planes weren't like, one right after the other, but they were close enough because by the time, especially when you were tripping, by the time you could shake your head loose and stand up, there was another one coming and you had to get back down so that the airplane didn't hit you with the landing gear because we was right at the end of the runway. Holy shit. Yeah, have you done the runway yet? Let me tell you. But my all-time favorite, and then I'm gonna let y'all go, is the phosphorus in the water. Now, for those folks who live in the Pacific or Hawaii or different places, where the phosphorus is it's a plankton, right? And in the summertime, it's in a lot of warm places in the ocean, right? And so, any agitation of these plankton, they glow. They sort of like a glow stick glow or a lightning bug kind of glow, but in the water. So every time you move your hand through the water, it will agitate these little things like lightning bugs and they'll glow. So tripping LSD time out in the water, swimming underwater, and just forgetting that you didn't have to breathe, not realize how long you'd been under. But it was just so much fun being under and watching, and doing and kicking and swimming. And you'd come up and go, wow, that was just so much fun. I think I could go back down again. And of course, back then, I did a lot of swimming, was in the ocean a lot and other places and lakes. And so I was really good at holding my breath and that kind of thing. So, but there were times when I was like, it felt like I was underwater for like an hour, and I wasn't out of breath or drowning or nothing, but I would just be under the water, just moving the stuff and all the glow, and there'd be somebody over here swimming, and they'd be making the plankton glow, and we'd kind of like smile at each other and realize maybe we should get some air, and pop our head up out of the water. We'd only be like maybe chest high in the water, so it wasn't like we were really deep. But anyway, one of my most favorite memories of just surely tripping and having a good time in the water and the plankton in the ocean. And that was really cool. That was really cool. So, there are things. Oh, and skinny dipping while tubing down the whatever river that was near Lithia Springs that Lithia Springs joins into. But it wasn't about being naked, but it was about the joy and the freedom of tubing and just a bunch of people who were just there for a good time and nothing freaky deaky or nothing, just out in nature. That's my kind of trip. Not necessarily naked, but out in nature, you know. But back in them days, I knew, as I look back on it now, there was a lot of people that I knew who were nudists. And I wasn't necessarily a nudist. I have been and whatever, but but these folks are like, they lived it kind of thing. Not me so much. I'd go visit there, but didn't want to live there. But I mean, everywhere you go, you gotta forgot to breathe. Skinny dipping, yeah. Lake Como out of like North Tampa, Lutz area back in the day. Playing volleyball when you're naked is just uncomfortable. I'm sorry, it's just damned uncomfortable. It ain't about being not naked, but and the freedom. Well, listen, flopping and sorry, but it was uncomfortable to me. And I was like, all these people are playing volleyball and tennis and stuff, and I'm like, nah, I got to put something on if I'm going to do that. And not because I'm ashamed or whatever. No, that ain't it. I don't like all these moving, all these extra moving body parts that are usually contained. That's all. I'll leave it at that. But, like okie dokie, but other folks just like, wow, ain't this cool? Okie doke, uh, yeah. So the freedom of sunbathing and being naked and that nobody else cares is a liberating experience. But not everybody can do it. And I have, been around other naked people before. It's not a big deal. But, I will respect your area and so forth or whatever. And being in theater, there are a lot of times when you got to undress in front of about, some other folks. But so modesty may not be one of my strongest traits. But I mean, it's not like I'm going to go around streaking or anything. Nah, I did once, but that was on a dare. But I'm too old for that. But um, I have done some crazy things, absolutely. And I know I'm too old for doing any more of some of these things. Sounds like you too, huh, Travis? I'm touching a train going by and I'm talking it's flying by. Oh man, don't even talk to me about trains. No, we used to do shit like that too, Travis. Oh my God. Oh my God. And we were just little kids and not even tripping. Oh man, oh the trains. Let's not even go there. Of the trains. I'm very lucky to be alive if you were talking to me, Scratch. There are some things that I have not even discussed with anybody about some of the really close calls and some other incidents that, maybe to this day I shouldn't discuss in public kind of thing. We were just sitting around the fire, I'd tell you, but yeah, I ain't gonna tell you over it. There still might be something liable out there. Not wishing to hurt anybody or do anything. I will say this. We used to go around and do a thing called oranging, okay? And we'd go out in North Tampa and areas around, Land Lakes or whatever. We didn't have to go far. And we'd get, a box or something. Sometimes we just throw it in the van, or depending on what time of year it was, whether they were green or whether they were ripe or not, right? So, but we had a couple of routes that were very curvy up in North Tampa, around Carrollwood or something like that. I think. But anyway, lots of curves around some of these lakes and stuff, and it was all about hitting the mailbox or hit a lot of curve signs. So and it took some great skill to be able to lean out the side of a van going 40 miles an hour and chunk an orange at a sign. And we literally turned it into a sport. Mailboxes, signs, anything was a target. Now, we didn't do anybody's houses or cars or anything like that. The worst we would do was a mailbox. But at 40 miles an hour with a green, orange, we'll take that mailbox and do this number right here and turn it, the orange and the mailbox into a mass pile of stuff. And so, and that was going this way. We would turn around at some point and come back through the same way, going the other direction. So there'd be a dent on one side and a dent on the other if we was lucky enough to hit the same mailbox on the return trip. So, and I look back and I go, oh my God, how, that was really vandalous, and I mean, there's probably 50, 60 mailboxes we trashed on a regular basis, and I'm like, because we turned it into a game. We brought friends along, we would turn it into a beer and smoking parties, I mean, and I look back now and go, holy crap. And we never thought about the mailbox being somebody's property. You know what I mean? It was a target. That's all. There was nothing outwardly malicious towards anybody. It was a target, and it just happened to be yours on this street, and you're one of the targets. We went mostly for the big signs because there was a lot of curve signs, slow signs, stuff like that. And we had, how many points if you could throw it over the van and hit the sign, which was, you were really good if you could do that. But the judging the distance and the speed and the arc of the toss, and oh my God, it was so much fun. And it was exciting because there was like math involved, and there was this trajectory and all this math and physics that you were computing simply by learning the speed, and and oh my God, it was great. They should make it a sport. At my age, at 69 and an eighth, they laugh about that too. But I would go try out. I would like, nah, I got this. Man, I used to be good at this shit. Come on, let's go. I mean, the side of a Volkswagen van, the kind that slid open, be standing in there and chunking oranges or grapefruit out. Oh my God. you know, had Steve. Oh, the toxic fallout. Michelle, on burn things sometimes, or, smells, Try some vinegar if you got it in a squirt bottle, or rub it on a thing and try that and see if it helps. Messing with mail. And oh, this was like back in like 1971 to, it's been a long time ago, but still, that's what we did. Yeah, it used to be. Yeah. Yes. Oh my God, Travis, you know what that means. Yeah. We used to throw the oranges out in front of the vehicle, over the hood, and see how far in front of the vehicle, no matter how fast we were going, to see how long it would stay in front of the car, just for the hell of it. And I had a friend of mine who was left-handed, so he drove a lot, but he was really good with his left hand out the window. So he'd go, hand me a grenade, it's like, okay, handy one, and he'd be tossing them out with his left hand out the driver's side. And but yeah, we'd have contests just driving up and down the roads throwing oranges out on the street. Yep, that was crazy. But the oranges would peel themselves too, is where I got that from. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, my friends. It's been a long time. We've had a good full moon time. I, I'm glad I could provide a little bit of entertainment. And I'm telling you, the stories I'm telling you right now, it, I've told you as much truth as I feel comfortable in telling. If I told you the whole truth on some stuff, it would be like, okay, well, I'm going to leave it there. But yeah, that ain't even a third of it, or 25%. Holy crap. As I think back on it, well, I was getting into something all the time just for the sake of just, let's go have some fun. This was my motto for a long time. Up to the age of like 37 or 8, I had this motto that every day is a holiday, and that I had these dreams that by the time I would be dead by the time I was 40. I was convinced, not scared. I just went for it, just balls to the wall. Let's go have fun, because every day's a holiday. And then I had operations on my neck, and then some other things. And then this happened and that happened. By the time I was 38, I had died. I had been on the operating table several times, and had seen myself hovering over my body. And I wasn't dead, but it was that near death experience that you have when they put you under so deep during surgery. So then after that happened, everything started changing. I was like, maybe I shouldn't be quite so careless. Maybe I should not be doing, maybe I should, grow up a little bit. But by that time, I had already done a lot of damage to my body. But, so Scratch is, we was laying rock under the tracks, my hand on the car when it derailed. Holy crap. Yeah, see, I worked on the carnival. And there were things that happened with the rides, and like setting them up or tearing them down, or stupid things that we would do, riding on. Like I remember some of my first physics lessons were on the merry-go-round. I was thinking about it earlier tonight, and about, you know, how much faster it is on the outside of the merry-go-round than it is on the inside of the merry-go-round, because it was easy to get on from the inside of the merry-go-round because it was going so slow. You just grabbed a hold of the pole and just took a step, and you were right on, and you were on the merry-go-round. But if you were on the outside of the merry-go-round trying to get on, you had to know just what to do and the speed to catch the rail coming by, to take that step, take that, not necessarily a leap, but a heavy duty step, to be able to catch up and stay on and not fall off, especially when it was running, just normal speed. But the things that we did just playing around, getting on and off the merry-go-round on a slow day on a Saturday, in the summertime, as a kid, 14-year-old kid running the merry-go-round, and the things that we used to do just screwing around. And then when we graduated to like the bigger rides, not that the merry-go-round was little, but there was kids and slower than that. Then we got on the octopus, and then we got on the rockoplane, and the scrambler, and so and some of the things that we did, and on the rides, while we were just bored and wanted something to do, and then there was, wherever town we were in, because we were bored and wanted something to do. Some of the trouble we got into, not when we weren't really looking for trouble, we were just looking for something to do, but not necessarily trouble. The time we got stuck out in, I think it was Tallahassee, Alabama, and we were down on this spot. And come on, let's all go swimming and get out there. And I mean, it was a long way from the shore. And I hear this, wah. I look around, I'm like, what's going on? And I go, oh, they're fixing to open up the gates. And I was like, what? We were below the dam. And I was like, yeah, it'll be okay. Oh, they're going to open up two gates. Well, let's go to the jump off. So I'm like, well, what's the jump off? Oh, it's this place. It's really cool. Okay. So they open up three gates. And then now, whatever river we were on in Alabama, it's big, a lot of rocks, and the water comes rushing through. And where there was no water, now I'm like waist deep, and I'm carrying my 3, 4-year-old son on my shoulders, and the water's coming up. And these guys are like, oh, the jump off's like right over here. No, I'm going back to shore, which now is a long way away, and it's all full of water. So that was a trip, and I wasn't stoned or high or nothing. We were just going to go swimming, on the carnival spot, down at the thingy. Holy crap, that was too close. That was too close. Now these other folks, they had been down there, they were used to it, but the water, some of these rocks was huge, man, and the water coming through and everything. I was like, and some of them were getting banged up from the rapids and stuff, and I was like, if I hadn't had my son, maybe, because they were jumping in on this rock and the rapids were going through these, and man, they were like, they were just, it looked like they was having a ball. But having my son and everything with me, and as fast as the water came up and all that, it freaked me out. And so, that's one of them times where it could have been fun, it might have been, but it turned creepy really quick. But anyway, yeah, Butler, Alabama was like that too. We went, some a little black kids was like, "Come on, missus, we'll take you down to the swimming hole." Well, okay, so they take us through this one of their neighbors' backyards just down the road from where the carnival was set up. And we go down this trail and through these backwoods, and we hear somebody back there going, "Y'all better not get no closer to my place." And the little kids was like, "No, Uncle, we just going swimming." "Oh, you all stay away from my place." Come to find out, he had a still back there, and he was ready to shoot us with some buckshot. And there's a 3 or 4 black kids with a couple of white folks. We was teenagers. I might have been 17, maybe more like 16 or 15. And I had a couple of white girls with us, young ladies. And then we got down on this river or creek, whatever it was. We had no idea where it was. Then all of a sudden, there was all these other kids come out of nowhere, and they was picking on the girls. And not saying anything about black to white or whatever, but back then this was them times, and we was on their territory somewhere out in the woods that none of us had a clue how to get back. And thank you, Jesus, they didn't get any worse than what that was at the time. But boy, howdy. And one other story about the carnival, and this truly happened. Well, all of this stuff truly happened, but it was one year we was in Cross City, Florida, and Highway 19 goes up, and it's still there. There's the the prison or county prison or state prison if there's a prison there. But anyway, you turn right if you're going north into Cross City, and it goes back, and there was an airport back there at one time, a little landing strip, and then there was sort of like um, uh, uh, a, a municipal park, where there are different, plants. I can't think of it any right offhand, but anyway, so we got the carnival set up on one of those lots back there, industrial park. Thank you very much, whoever was thinking it. Industrial park. So it was very new, but it's very open. And we were there. The carnival had set up there before. I'd been to Cross City before with my parents and other people and stuff. Cross City was on the list. Every year we played Cross City. So here we are again. It's in the springtime, and I'm running the scrambler at the time. Mom and pops are running the cookhouse, and they had purchased one of these, the blow up bouncy thingies, right? So they had one of those, and they had somebody that they hired to run it every week, and that made a little money off of it. And anyway, so this one evening, I don't know, it was like a Thursday evening. We'd been there for a couple of nights, and it kind of got established and everything. So we're just tooling along, and so we hear this clamor up the hill away from our end of the midway, and these guys are like screaming and hollering, and the one guy said, "You better not pull that gun out." And we was like, "Well, what the hell's going on?" So they left the lot and went out to their vehicles parked out at the street. And we hear this room, and everybody on the lot, because it's early in the evening. I mean, it's not even dark yet. And it's early, and we're all just kind of wandering around and getting, who's going to come out tonight. We're getting the rides ready and checking lights and everything. And this four-wheel drive comes from the far end of where I'm standing on the midway, comes tearing down the middle of the midway, trying to run into the joints and knock people over. And I mean, they were hauling ass. Well, as they're coming down the midway, now Arnie, my pops, he's in the cookhouse, and I had never seen him move this fast before. But there are these bars that held the awnings up, and it was a Z shape. So it went into the awning this way, was a straight bar, and a Z shape this way. So it was like this and this. So you had to undo it and then pop it out. He had that thing in his hand. And I mean, by the time I could, because the scrambler was right in front of the cookhouse, and these guys come through, there were folks that were beaten on the truck. It was like this gauntlet of carnies. And Jimmy Deal, the guy with a cigar and a pair of Klein uh, you know uh, pliers, dikes in his back pocket, and cigar hat on, and just standing there like, come on, run over me. And he took his them pliers out of his back pocket like in a movie, I swear to God, and threw it right dead at the windshield. And it cracked it. It bounced up. They swerved, went by me. Pops is beating on the truck with the steel rod that holds up the awnings, and they peel out and hit the road. Right. Well, we're like, Jimmy D's like, God, that sons of bitches, they come back here, they're going to have a fucking fight. It was like, yeah, you're right, Jimmy. So Dark 30 came, and we had a decent night that night. Cross City's never really good until the weekend. So, but it was a decent night. We had a good time, and nothing was wrong. But there was whispers with the folks that are there. Was y'all here when Billy Bob and Joe Bob was came? Yeah. Oh my God, they said they're coming back. So all of us on the carnival whisper, whisper, whisper. Holy crap, they're supposed to come back. And so we closed the show that night about 10:30, where normally we're open till 11, but it was slow enough to where 10:30 was enough. And we'd all heard that them folks was coming back when we went to show closed down. So now from where we sat, and as open as that field was, we could see all the way out to Highway 19, right? And sure enough, we're shutting off the lights and we're putting things to bed, and we're going to the cookhouse for, or everybody gets together and has a little evening snack and chatting and stuff. And we see this line of vehicles coming. They come down Highway 19, and it's just like, because it's dark over here, and we see this line of cars coming, and they come and they make the turn, and the cars keep coming, and they keep turning in, and they keep coming down the road, and they keep turning in, and there's a turn, and then it comes over and a turn, and they keep coming, they all keep turning, they all keep coming straight down the street, that road, towards the lot. Now, by this time, folks have gotten pistols out. There's a 22 rifle somebody's got there underneath the ride, and they start piling up, and there were at least 50 cars, at least. And we're all like, "Oh shit! Here's a bunch of damn rednecks. What are we gonna do?" And we heard, they get out. We gonna kill you, you motherfuckers. We gonna shoot you up. And Jimmy Deal's out there, man, with his cigar and his Klein pliers. He's like, "You goddamn sons of bitches, you listen to me." He said, during the daytime, this is open for public. He said it's common ground, but when the lights go down, this is private property. And if you step 1 foot on this lot, you'll know it. So there was like a 22 pistol that went off or something, and we could hear it ping. They shot at one of the rides, and you could hear it, bounce ricocheting off of the steel. And I was like, "Holy crap, that's a scrambler," because it was sitting out front, and then there was the octopus, and you could hear a ping bang. And Jimmy's like, "Come on, dog, you sons of bitches," and somebody from our side shot, and that's all it took. They were like, "We're gonna come get you." And so he turned up. We have these big spotlights when we tear down at night. And so we turned on one of them, and he was like under this huge spotlight with his pair of pliers and his cigar, and his hat. And he was like, "Come on then. Well, I want to see who you are. If you gonna come, you bet. I want to see who you are. I would be, And he had his pliers. He's ready to throw them, man. And there was like, a bunch of million. There was no more gunfire, no more nothing. And they was like, "Oh," and then way off in the distance, you could see a cop car coming. And this was before cell phones, so I don't know who called the police, but they started coming out. You could see the light, and they could tell, and so they just all started trickling back around. But for that hour that went on, that was one of the most intense situations, as far as having guns pointed at you, kind of thing. Like, holy crap. And no, all we had were like wrenches and shit. None of us had guns or weapons or anything like that. But oh my God, it's another hour on the ride. Swing the left, check the latch, and push. Yeah. Yeah. See, my mom and pops owned a chairplane ride, and I ran it one season. And I would run it on and off for them when they was in the neighborhood. But they got sick. Pop got sick one year and almost died. And I finished the season out with they had the bouncy thing and a balloon dart, and the chairplane and something else, I think. But anyway, so I finished the season out for mom and dad. so they didn't lose everything because they would have. But made enough money to pay off the ride and get through and all that kind of good stuff. But uh, yeah, oh my God, it's 5:19. No wonder I got cotton mouth. I'm out of stuff to drink, and I'm going to have another hit. And I've sat here and told another couple of stories, but that time in Cross City with the carnival and it, oh man, that could have been so bad. Then there was a time in Cuthbert, Georgia that really did get bad, and there was a full-fledged riot, and them folks were fixing to hurt all us white people and tear down everything there was. And the sheriff came in there and said, "You all will tear down these rides and be out of here by sunup." And we were. And they wouldn't let the carnival go back to Cuthbert, period. They were banned from being in that county again. We could drive through it, but we couldn't stop. And Cuthbert was a really good moneymaker spot too. But man, that there was where they had us set up on that side of town. Oh man, and them folks in Cuthbert were rowdy folks. I mean, we dealt with a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of black peoples, and most of the time we didn't have any problems. But you'd get a couple of them that had a little bit too much Mad Dog 2020, MD 2020, and go to arguing for whatever reason. And the only white people there are the people running the rides or working the booths. Everybody else is black. And so there are folks say, well, you don't know what discrimination is like. Oh, yes, I do. When, riots broke out around us because us white honkies were taking advantage of the blacks. We were, I'd been to Cuthbert several times with the carnival. We never cheated anybody. We were one of the cleanest rides, and, we ran a hanky pank instead of as far as the games that were played, you could actually win a bear. You could actually win. Wasn't a flat store. But they rioted on us anyway. Y'all are crazy people. Do you hear me? Y'all are crazy dang people. I love you. But you're crazy to sit up with me for another hour. You're crazy. I'm looking at this going, great. It's 5 hours and 17 minutes. It is time to do a 20. And I really do have to go. I missed that eclipse, didn't I? I'm thinking about the chair plane now. Who was it? Travis, you got me started on that one. Well, I love you all for hanging out with me. I do. And I'm sitting here and I've told Barry this before. I said, I'd be ready to get off and somebody jump on, and an hour later I'm still running my mouth. So, you know, I would have made a great late night DJ, right? Because if y'all are still here and visiting with me, you know, it must be, I am fulfilling my dream of being a late night DJ talk show. I wish I could, play background music and stuff like a real DJ, like I used to do in the old days. But YouTube and copyright laws and all that. But anyway, but the fact that I get to be here and y'all bring up stuff and we have chats and and this and that and me and my lifelong storytelling. I'm as I'm sitting here like had just pondered some of those Carney stories. Those are just a couple. Then there was the time, and then there was remember, yeah, remember over there, yeah, remember that time we, yeah, holy crap, you know, because we was always in a new town every week. So every week was a new adventure, and sometimes it was, eh, it was just another week, right? And then there were times where the next week was an adventurous week, you know. You might have two or three adventurous weeks in a row, and then you'd have a couple slow spots, and recoup and and get poor because a bad spot you have to spend money just to be there. So, but anyway, so the carny life's over for me. That was one of the things that I figured that I would be when I got older was because I got a joint trailer and everything, and a cotton candy machine and a popcorn machine out there. I mean, big heavy duty machinery, and a nice trailer with awnings. But there just isn't any money in it. It's not even worth it to pull it out of the yard. Yeah, you're crazy. Talking about most of the time, you just can't hear when I don't think anyway. Just posted the eclipse on his YouTube. Cool beans. I'm glad that y'all can communicate and that you like hanging out with each other. That's what I think is so cool about this. I yap on and do this, and it's another 20, and here we go, and it's another 20, and here we go. But, I'm so glad that you all hang out and have gotten to be friends and all. That's really special to me, honest. I was thinking earlier today, I can't remember what I was doing. I was been working outside and doing this and that and cutting trees and things. And I was like, man, I was thinking about, the video the other night and how much of, how much of a family to me, you really are, and how grateful I am that you all show up and hang out with me. And, there are times when, like tonight, having seen, these pastors and the subject and stuff, I was like, man, my spirit guides are like, you gotta say something, please. And I'm like, okay, I wasn't gonna do anything tonight. I was just gonna watch a movie and because I've been busy and doing stuff and so I'm like, okay. But then they were like, nah, it's a full moon, it's the eclipse, and we got a subject. Okay. So here I still am. But thank you, Michelle. Tracy B took a little nap while listening. Another brick in the wall woke me up and then napped again. I used to take friends cow tipping. Never did it. Okay, never did it. Uh, and I lived like literally like 15 feet from a cow field. I mean, honest to God, for like several years, that's where I learned how to propagate and how to cultivate wild mushrooms, in the wild, especially psilocybin. I had a really good business going with that, man. Let me tell you. And so many times I forget. You too, David. Be safe. Mary wins. It's always good to see you and to hear from you and to know that you're still well. To every one of you, it's very nice to know that you all are still well, and despite whatever's going on, that you're still making it and that we're still friends. So I feel like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighbor. Would you be could you be my neighbor? Here, let me put my shoes on. Well, wait a minute, I got dirty socks. Yeah, I'm going to put on my sandals. No, maybe I'll just go barefoot. Never mind. But anyway, so Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, TTFN Pearl, uh, milk. um, Oh my God, the crazy things we used to do. Yeah. But anyway, so sweet, sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be like you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Y'all go on now, sing and do along with me. Yep, yeah, sweet dreams are made of these. Anyway, Delaney, Travis, Witch Moon, hi, how are you? Usually dozes visit you in the dreams. Yep, and have sweet dreams. So, but anyway, I close with my prayer, and I honestly mean it. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe, like laughter. I continue to pray each and every day when me and Duggar go out and put our feet on the ground and check for stars and eclipses, that we pray that each and every day that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that's very important to me, I continue to pray that each and every day, honestly, that each and every one of you will continue to learn, because it seems like you're doing pretty good, who continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And continue to learn how to block out the chaos and look at some of this stuff. And instead of being scared, we got to laugh at it, because some of it is gotten just downright, just blatantly silly ass stupid, you know. And, we can blame God for that, having kind of brought this conversation full round after 5.5 hours, you know. Let's blame God for everything. What the hell? It's God's fault. So have a nice day. And if you don't, it's God's fault. Am I being a heretic or what? No, I just think it's that silly, how some of these folks are thinking these days. Let's hey, let's blame it on Jimmy over there. Or Mikey, he'll eat anything, but Jimmy, he'll do anything you ask him. But hey, Jimmy, but anyway, so good night, everybody. Be safe. Michelle, um did you try the vinegar? Anyway, I was trying to think of something else too that will help uh not take away the smell, but kind of neutralize it. Yeah. But anyway, so be safe, and I promise I'm going to do a card reading soon, all right? But this was just fun. So thanks for laughing with me. Steve, David Castle, as always. Mary Wins, love you, Travis, and Elderberry sleeping in the background. And Witch Moon, yeah, who just woke up or something. Until next time, TTFN, my friends. Oh, and Pearl, if you're still there, we love you. Okay. Be safe, everybody. TTFN. Cheers. We love you, Bob. Thank you for allowing us to have a good night. And until next time, we'll talk at you soon, Barry. Okay. Be safe. Okay. Love you. Cheers.